Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Now, Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas. It's the Midday Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And all I got to ask at the very beginning of the show is, why can't we have nice things? That's all I need to know. Why can't we have nice things? 610-632-0975. That's not really the tenor of the show, but seriously, I'm watching the game last night and, with one eye open because I'm trying to stay up, the West Coast game. And you're watching Joel Embiid hobbling around the court. And my first thought is, okay, the knee's clearly not right. And then, of course, we saw what happened in the fourth quarter when Kuminga falls on his knee. Now, let me say this. I don't think the knee injury from Kuminga was because of the knee injury that he was already playing with. That's how I take away from it. I think what happened to Joel Embiid, where he had that immediate reaction of his knee in pain. I think if his knee was 100% healthy, he would have had that reaction. That's an ugly type of fall when somebody falls on your knee and it looks like it's hyperextended right away. Okay, so I don't think him playing through the injury led to that moment itself. Now, I'm not a doctor, okay? However, he probably shouldn't have been in the game to begin with. You knew from the very beginning that he did not look right. He himself would probably tell you that by his actions. He wasn't driving the way he normally would. He goes to block a shot. He can't get off the ground. And by off the ground, I mean, he couldn't jump. He just kind of collapsed. It was terrible. It was sad to watch. He looked like a dying giraffe. Right? With those big legs, he goes down. He can't get any lift. So now we have to wait for news on Joel Embiid. He's going to be getting an MRI at some point today. I promise to keep you updated on the status of Joel Embiid. A guy who is playing like the MVP probably won't qualify for it because of the amount of games he's already missed and will probably miss because of this. All I know is it's time to sit the big man for a little bit. We know how talented he is, so we don't have to worry about him. Oh, man, well, he's going to be rusty. Look, yeah, he might be rusty for his first game back if he misses a month. He'll be fine in March and April. He's going to be great. He's going to be dominant. He's one of the best basketball players in the NBA. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about his long-term health. And so it's probably time to put him on ice. Even if he comes out, the MRI is totally clean, he probably should not play for a week. Just let the knee rest. We know how important this guy is to this team. We already knew that the MVP race was probably going to get out of hand because he wasn't going to play the amount of games. There's no need to worry about awards at this point. What you worry about is what you can do in the playoffs. We all know that the goal is getting out of the second round. For the people that complained about him scoring 70 points the other night and said, what does it really matter? They're just going to lose in the second round of the playoffs. Well, then don't be upset if he misses some time. All right, because he probably should miss some time. So today is an interesting day. It's an interesting time to have this conversation. So I'll peel you behind the curtain a little bit. I like to do these promos. You've been hearing them probably throughout the station. You hear it after our show comes to an end at 2 o'clock, during the best show ever, at night with Connor Thomas, or during Sixers games and Flyers games. And then you also hear them during the morning with the John Kincaid show. And it's a quick 10-second clip from the most recent show, and then a 10-second teaser of the next day. And so yesterday, I'll be completely honest with you. Ray and I are sitting in the prep area, and I'm thinking about the promo. Like, all right, so what should we talk about tomorrow? We're trying to get the brain stirring. And we got into the conversation of greatness, because that was a big part of yesterday's show when we were talking about the storylines leading up to Super Bowl 58, and obviously Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. The conversations of GOAT will surround them the next 2 weeks. And we know what the Chiefs mean to football. We also know what the Chiefs mean here in Philadelphia, because they just beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl a year ago. And I mentioned once again Andy Reid as a guy that was here for 14 years and was a very successful head coach. He's never won a Super Bowl. He goes off to Kansas City, and look what's going on there. There's a dynasty there. The Eagles at one point beat the Patriots, but also at one point lost to the Patriots back in 2004-05, and we know that team was a dynasty. Last night, the Sixers played the Warriors, not the same Warriors with Kevin Durant, or even a couple of years ago when they won another championship without Kevin Durant. But we know that the Golden State Warriors are a dynasty. So my first thought yesterday when Ray brought up the idea of talking about greatness, my first thought is, well, how come we don't have that? How come we've never had a dynasty, at least in our lifetime? There have been dynasties. The Flyers won back-to-back cups back in the 70s. The Sixers, I know they only won one championship in 83, but they were there multiple times. I think to be a dynasty, you have to win multiple championships, but at least to be in the conversation, you're there every single year. The Phillies could have been a dynasty in the early 2000s when they win the World Series in 08, get back to one in 09, get to the NLCS in 10. They unfortunately only won one. But at least there are times in my lifetime, at least once, when it's close. The Eagles are the closest thing to a dynasty because they won a Super Bowl, got back to another, and they're still a very good football team. But because they lost 2 years ago or last year, you can't say that they're a dynasty. So I want to know, what is the main reason why here in Philadelphia, let's say since 2000, we haven't seen a dynasty team? Now, I know being a dynasty team is hard. I heard John and Bob sort of teasing the show today in the 9 o'clock hour, and they talked about how hard it is. I know it's hard. I'm not blind to that. But I feel like we've been close. Like, the process was a good idea, and the process, you have Embiid, you have Ben Simmons looking the way that he did his rookie year and his sophomore year. Markelle Fultz, the guy you thought you got coming out of college, you go, all right, this is the beginning of a dynasty. And then it all just fell apart. Fultz is a mess, can't do anything in his career here in Philadelphia. Ben Simmons, we know the story. And in Joel Embiid, as talented as he is, unfortunately does seem to be hurt every year come playoff time. The Phillies, they're in a World Series. They lose. They can't get back to the World Series next year for multiple factors. Maybe managerial decisions. Maybe the stars did not come up big at certain times. It just seems like there was always something. What do you think is one of the biggest reasons why we have not seen a dynasty? And I know, once again, I know it's hard, but here's the deal. We're a major market, and that should not be ignored. Like, I've seen dynasties in almost every single major market. I've not seen one here in Philadelphia. I have not seen enough success that major markets have had. I've seen dynasties in smaller towns like Tampa Bay with the Lightning. Right? That's not a major market, Tampa. But here in Philadelphia, I can't see a cup. I've never seen one in my life. I've never seen an NBA championship in my life. But there's smaller cities that are in it seems like every single year. So why can't we here in Philadelphia have a dynasty? Now, there's all kinds of things. Ownership could be a part of it, even though I do think we have good ownership groups now here in Philadelphia. But in the past, you could argue that you didn't. There's GMs, poor GM decisions. There's bad luck, right? The flip of the coin where the Flyers don't get Patrick Kane, right? Like there's a lot of things that happened over the years where you go, man, if this thing just went another direction, it would have been great. Who knows what the Sixers are like with Andrew Bynum if he remains healthy. But then with Andrew Bynum not remaining healthy, you have to do the process, and it looked like it was going in the right direction. So Joel Embiid going down yesterday is kind of just an added wrinkle to this conversation of why can't we have a dynasty, at least in my lifetime since 2000? Would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975, because I'm trying to figure out what it exactly is. I don't think it's a lack of trying. The Sixers spend all kinds of money. I know people feel a certain type of way about Josh Harris. He's a businessman. You never really see him on camera, and then he takes over ownership with the Commanders. That guy still tries. It's not for a lack of trying. He spends money left and right. That's all you should be asking for out of your owner. If you want more out of your owner, then you start getting into Jerry Jones territory when they're meddling. When you look at the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie has done a tremendous job owning the Eagles. However, it's only led to one Super Bowl. Now, at least that's one more than what you've ever seen in your lifetime. The Phillies, it seems like every time they're close, they just don't get to it. So I don't think it's a lack of trying. It's just a lack of execution. Now, what is that biggest part of the execution that the Flyers and Sixers and Eagles and Phillies have not been able to do? Like yesterday, we did what makes a good coach. And that was kind of an open-ended conversation. I'm kind of doing that again today. Why haven't we seen a dynasty in Philadelphia? And once more, I will say it again. I know it's hard. But what is probably the biggest reason for you? 610-632-0975. And one of those could be coaching. Ray sent me something yesterday that was very troubling to me. And it involves Nick Sirianni. Now, you know, I didn't want Nick Sirianni back. Well, it looks like the Eagles weren't necessarily too keen either, according to this report out of Boston. So we'll see how, much we believe in it. But out of Boston, there was a report that maybe the Eagles weren't too keen on bringing back Nick Sirianni. When you start hearing these reports, you go, all right, great. A couple of years ago, the Eagles wanted to trade for a quarterback. They rolled the dice with Jalen Hurts one more year. Guy became a franchise quarterback. That's great. Now you get a report that maybe the Eagles were looking elsewhere if things didn't happen. So when that's the case, well, I guess we're rolling the dice one more year, Nick Sirianni, and hoping that the same happens with him like it did with Hurts 2 years ago. We'll talk about that next. 610-632-0975. And again, if we get any word on Joel Embiid during this show, I promise to keep you updated. All right? He's getting an MRI today. Will that happen early this morning? Look, they're on the West Coast, right? I don't know what the deal is with Joel Embiid, when he's going to get that MRI, but I promise to give you that answer as soon as we get an update all day today, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid to get an MRI. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Wendy's. The Wendy's Biggie Bag comes with your choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich, plus four-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. U.S. price of participation may vary.
I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. 10 o'clock hour brought to us by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows. Plus, make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Talking about dynasties today because the Chiefs are back in another Super Bowl. And they're doing it with Andy Reid as head coach. Now, it's nice to also have Patrick Mahomes, but they have Andy Reid as head coach. We watched the Sixers take on the Warriors last night. I know it's not the same Warriors that were a dynasty, but it's still just a reminder of what that team once was. And, you know, I'm waiting for mine, damn it. Like, I've told you multiple times that I do believe we are in very good times of Philadelphia sports. I did a show about expectations and how expectations may hurt some of your enjoyment in sports. Now, part of the reason why our expectations hurt our enjoyment is because we've had these expectations for years now. Like, we've been expecting the Sixers to get out of the second round for half a decade now. We expected the Eagles to get back to the Super Bowl after blowing a 10-point lead at halftime last year, and then they have that collapse. We expected the Phillies for a couple of years now to be World Series contenders after they make the signing for Bryce Harper and JT Realmuto and Kyle Schwarber and Nick Castellanos, and they've been to a World Series, and we're one win away from getting back to another one. But the fact that we haven't seen a title, I know it's only 2024 in the very first month, final day of January in 2024. I know we haven't seen the championship trophy hoisted just yet. All of a sudden, it's almost been half the decade, right? You blink, and it's 2025 is right around the corner, and that means half the decade would have happened, and we still haven't seen a championship. So that's why our expectations continue to grow, and I think our patience is either thinning or gone for a lot of teams. And so the conversation about dynasties makes me think, all right, how come we haven't had one? What has been the reason why we've yet to see a dynasty in Philadelphia? And, one of the responses that I saw was because we haven't gotten that generational talent yet. Well, it depends on who you're talking about. Quincy said that. We haven't hit on that all-time great player. Joel Embiid is that all-time great player. Now, injuries have happened and other circumstances, the roster around him, the coaching staff. That has been a problem at times in his career. You do have a two-time MVP on your baseball team in Bryce Harper. I know he's not a rookie that you didn't hit on, but guy's still in the prime of his career. Like, we do have stars in this city. We have MVPs in this city. Your quarterback was a runner-up. Your center in the NBA on the Sixers has won and was a runner-up 2 times. Bryce Harper has won here. So you do have the stars. It's just, I think the pieces around them maybe have been the issue. So I don't necessarily agree with what Quincy had to say, but I appreciate the answer. What is one of our main reasons why we haven't seen that dynasty unfold here in Philadelphia? Would love to hear from you at 610-632-0975. Now, the other thing could be coaching. And I'll get Ray's thoughts in a second, and I'll get to your calls. So yesterday, Ray sent me something. My man Brandon Lee Gowan does a great job with Bleeding Green Nation. Gets a lot of information from all the different websites and newspapers and all kinds of stuff, right? So he posted something that a guy named Greg Bedard put out on a radio station in Boston. He was on 98.5 The Hub, which I believe is our sister station in Boston. Correct, Ray?
Correct.
Good morning. What's up?
Good morning.
So he covers the Patriots for the Boston Sports Journal, but he was on one of the shows with our sister station in Boston. And he had some information on Belichick, which is troubling to me. Here's the quote. I'll just read it to you. Other scuttlebutt, as far as Bill Belichick, and I had heard this before, that Bill, I think he was, at some point in time, things went poorly with the Falcons, or he thought it was going to go poorly, and his eyes were more on next year. And his eyes are more on the jobs that could be opened up next year, including Dallas, oh God, and possibly Buffalo. Probably the most interesting thing that I've heard, and this is just Senior Bowl rumor mill, is that the Eagles were very interested in Belichick if things didn't work out with Nick Sirianni And they could be at the front of the line if things go poorly again for Sirianni next year. So then there was a follow-up question. Didn't things not work out with Sirianni? Like, what does that mean? They got blown out in the first round. To which Bedard responded, well, yes, but similar to Doug Peterson after the 2020 season, Doug Peterson was coming back until he had that postseason meeting with Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie. And they wanted Doug Peterson to do certain things, fire certain people, and he wouldn't do it. So he got fired. Apparently, Nick Sirianni was amenable to all that stuff, so they decided for one more year to keep him. But I do think, remember I told you guys before the season ended, teams had already reached out to Bill, back-channeled on Bill. I thought the Falcons were definitely one of them. I'm now pretty convinced that the Eagles were one of them. When things were going south, they thought this might end poorly with Sirianni, and I wouldn't be surprised given the relationship that Howie and Bill have, that the Eagles were one of those teams to back-channel through Bill. Okay. I will try to say forget about Bill Belichick for a second, because I know Ray does not want Bill Belichick here as the head coach. I wanted Bill Belichick here as the head coach. I want the greatest coach in the history of the NFL coaching my team. If it's not him, it's Andy Reid. My biggest problem with this report is that they weren't sure. The Eagles weren't sure on Nick Sirianni. They weren't keen on bringing him back. I said to you, Ray, I wonder what kind of backbone Nick Sirianni has. Will he be like Doug Peterson and say, these are my guys, I ride and die with them? Or would he say, yeah, Howie, yeah, Jeff, anything I can do to keep my job here. I'm happy to be the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Which, look, I don't blame him. Like, if you want a job, you want a job. So he's going to do whatever he can to keep his job. But I wondered if Sirianni would be that stubborn guy like Doug Peterson and rock with his guys and say, if you're going to fire Brian, you got to fire me with him, right? The fact that the Eagles, once again, were open to keeping a coach that they weren't keen on, unless he agreed to moving, pieces around, like bringing in a new OC, bringing in a new DC, and because he said yes, that's why he's back? Is that what I'm getting out of this? Because Nick Sirianni said yes, sir, to bring in new coordinators, that's why he's still here? And I got to hear that Howie and Bill actually have a good relationship and that they would have maybe worked with everything according to the rumors going on in the Senior Bowl, which is where a lot of people talk, by the way, which is why Jeff McClain is even down there. You heard him on here yesterday. He said to me that he was down there not to scout the players in the Senior Bowl. He was down there for information. Okay, that's why people are down there. So this guy who covers the Patriots, who I'm sure is well in the know when it comes to the Bill Belichick front, is hearing that the Eagles were in on Bill Belichick if Nick Sirianni did not agree with the coordinators. So basically, you kept a yes man instead of going after arguably the greatest head coach in the history of the NFL. Now, forget once more Bill Belichick. Ray Dunn, because I know you don't want Hoodie, so whatever, that's fine. How do you feel that the Eagles are basically only bringing back, according to this report, Sirianni because he said yes, sir?
Disappointed, but not surprised.
God.
Like, I was very much with you on moving on from him, but I'm not surprised that's why he's back. Like, this.
No, I'm not surprised either, but that's terrible. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, but this is the precedent they've set. This is the way they roll.
God.
This is the way they go about business. We made the joke yesterday about that 32-year-old offensive coordinator being in line to be the next head coach of the Eagles whenever things do go poorly with Sirianni, because
he's 32, and then when he's 33 or 34, they can go, hey, look, this is your first chance. You got to listen up.
Yeah,
We've
trust
been here.
us.
Yeah,
We've been to a Super Bowl.
Look, we've won.
Yeah.
We've been to another one. And I don't blame them for having that mindset. I don't. I will always say that. Like, people that go, man, Howie Roseman's got to realize that what he's doing is wrong. Well, if I'm Howie Roseman, I go, well, I've been to 2 Super Bowls in 6 years, and I've won one of them. So this is what I believe. And whatever you do for a living, you probably believe what you want to do is best. And sometimes you might have pushback on it. But if you've been successful, you're going to keep on doing it, right? Like, that's the way of the world. And in any avenue of life, in any business, in any practice. But the fact that I got to read a report that Sirianni is back because he said yes, because he agreed, that's terrible. And now that I have to know, like, look, what if Belichick does go to Dallas next year? I see you rolling your eyes, but if it works out, then that's a problem. It's a problem that you are bringing back a head coach because he agreed to changing the coordinators, and they themselves may not have believed in him. And clearly they don't believe in him because they're stripping him of play calling, which they should. I don't think that was Sirianni's call. That's horrible for the Eagles to do. And so when I ask the questions, why can't we have a dynasty? Is that one of the reasons why?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's got to be part of it. The first sign of adversity, this team, because of, again, I think what happened with Chip, because the first time they see adversity with the team, instead of trusting and letting the power flow through the head coach, they say, nope, we're going to consolidate all upstairs.
Right.
And that really renders your coach powerless. And that starts the disconnect between coach, front office, and then coach, players. I mean, that's part of it. That's certainly part of it. The power dynamic you have here is unique to the rest of the NFL, and it is not conducive for sustained success. Like, you get one shot.
Yeah.
Is pretty much it. If you are a coach for the Philadelphia Eagles, following the peak of what you do, Doug Peterson winning the Super Bowl, Sirianni getting to the Super Bowl, following that peak, you have one shot to prove that you can sustain that. Otherwise, guess what? We're coming in to intervene and make this our way of
and you have to
building
say
success.
yes. And if you don't say yes, you're not the head coach anymore. And I didn't want Sirianni back, so I wouldn't have been crushed. But that's terrible to hear that there's a report that the Eagles were interested in Hoodie or any coach. Let me just say any coach, okay? Because I know not everybody's keen on the Bill Belichick idea. Any coach. They were open to moving on from Nick Sirianni had he not said yes, sir.
So
that's a problem to me.
So what if it was Sirianni stays, Belichick, or bust? Like either you.
Oh, to me, it's Belichick.
But I mean to them, like what if because there was plenty of smoke to the Sirianni, is he safe? Is he not safe?
Right.
And obviously how long it took for them to have that, end of season presser. And also Belichick went around this entire carousel, and the closest he got was the Falcons. And hey, props to him. He realized he was.
Maybe he did realize he didn't want to go to Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, also because he realized it was going to be a lengthy rebuild, and he probably doesn't want to do
I don't blame him.
beyond a few years.
Right.
He's a short-term investment type. Anyway, but with that, it almost seems like the two sides, whereas Belichick looked at okay, what would be the most attractive place for me?
It was Eagles and Dallas. It was Eagles and Cowboys.
And neither one of those opened, and he didn't end up anywhere.
And now he's going to wait a year.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame him for doing that. The problem is that's now, look, I want to talk about hot seat, man. The fact that we're now getting rumors that the Eagles were interested in Belichick, but because Sirianni said yes, you want to talk about hot seat and how people are going to be looking at him now? We were talking about how the players may have looked at Nick when they moved on from Desai. Imagine now. This stuff's going to get out. This stuff's going to circulate. Players are going to see this. That's not good. Number to climb in is 610-632-0975. Why haven't we had a dynasty in Philadelphia? It doesn't just have to be about the Eagles. Why haven't we had a dynasty in Philadelphia? And this is a perfect day to have the conversation. The Chiefs are back in the Super Bowl. The Sixers just played the Warriors last night in a game in which Joel Embiid got hurt yet again, and we will keep you posted on the latest news with Joel Embiid. And now I get a report that the Eagles were interested in the greatest head coach of all time, but they decided to keep Sirianni because he said yes, sir. Now, real quick before I get to the phones, Sam Amick, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, there's a tweet that just came out of his article about Embiid. People within the Sixers organization believe Joel Embiid forced himself to play through injuries due to the scrutiny he received in recent days, per Sam Amick. Quote, you could see it long before he was hurt against the Warriors. Embiid, who missed Philadelphia's game at Portland on Monday night, looked like a player who pushed himself to play against Golden State because the whole basketball world was screaming in his ear. There are people within the Sixers who are convinced that he played only because of the scrutiny. Shame on a lot of Sixers fans, number one. B, somebody that's within the organization needs to shut that down. Like, if they believe that he was just trying to force himself to play because of injury, you got to be smarter than that. I mean, we're talking big picture here, not Embiid winning MVP or, missing games and all that kind of stuff. We're talking NBA Finals here.
Yeah, shame on a lot of people for that one. I mean, especially considering the reason that it was reported he wasn't on the injury report until 15 minutes before the Nuggets game was because he said he was going to play in that game, and they said, no, you're definitely not good to go for this game. You have to have that same power over him a few nights later, where it's like, hey, man, you can't go.
You're still
like,
not ready, and you saw it.
Watching that game last night was painful to watch him play.
He did not look good, and all right, it's one thing if you're trying to have him play through it in the playoffs. It's another thing on January 30th. Let's go to the phones. Oh, Avalon Brian. What's up, AB?
Tunis,
what's up, brother?
Congratulations on the bump up. I've been enjoying it, and it's good to talk to you. But listen, I am extraordinarily concerned, right? And all of these events have to do with the sports gods being angry with us.
Look, I didn't mention cursed yet, and I know that that's one of them.
But listen, we've been tempting them for a long time. We threw snowballs at Santa, Chase Utley's speech, Jason Kelsey's speech. But I can tie it to one singular event that happened. And since that event has happened, we've had the playoff deflection loss, the Sixers, the double doink, 2020, Biden, COVID, Seahawks break Wentz, the Hawks break Ben Simmons, the Phillies collapse, the Union lose, the World Series loss, Sixers lose Game 7. We lose it. We're 10-1. We're out of the playoffs. I can tie it to one single thing.
What was it?
You know what that is?
No.
This attention-grabbing Delco scumbag, the Philly sports guy, deciding he needs attention. He has angered the sports gods. He puts up a GoFundMe so he can go to games. He has angered the sports gods, Tunis. He needs to go away. He needs to be expunged from the record like Vince McMahon, or we are screwed forever.
Who? The Philly sports guy?
The Philly sports guy. It is his fault.
You mean
taking the attention away from the team?
You mean
mugging for the Cavs?
You mean Jamie, the guy that he paints? He goes.
Here's the Philly sports mush since he has come.
Like come on, man. Jamie's a good dude. I can't blame Jamie for this.
It is all Jamie's fault. Ever since he needs attention, it is all his fault. I've named it. Double doink, the deflection loss, COVID, everything since he's appeared and needed attention. It's the Philly sports guy. I'm telling you. Tunis, he's got to go.
Wow. Well, look, I appreciate his passion for all these teams. He goes above and beyond, man. You still there? Oh, Dre hung up. I did not expect Jamie Pags to catch strays on the show today.
That was the most wild assertion to make.
I thought we were going to go with the callers that would say I would give up, 10 years of Philadelphia sports for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, which would make a lot more sense than blaming the Philly sports guy.
Yeah.
Avalon Bryan is swinging a miss there.
Well, I don't know. We might have to talk to Jamie. See if he agrees. I got to hear his side. I
don't even know how that would be substantiating the other side of the argument. I don't know.
Jamie, do you believe that you being in the building is the reason why teams are losing? Yes or no? I would imagine he said no. I don't know, AB. That's a tough one because I love Avalon Bryan. Been talking to him for a long time. I love Jamie. I see him all the time. Philly sports trips. That guy's passionate. He's a passionate Philadelphia sports fan, period. Man, I wasn't expecting that one today, right?
No, I was not. I don't think I was expecting that one for as long as I sat in one of these chairs.
Now, I did say I needed any reason why we haven't had a dynasty. So he did give a reason. I've had two reasons so far, two that I don't agree with. Because Quincy said, we don't have the generational talents. I think we do. Embiid and Harper and hopefully Hurts. And now all of a sudden I got a fan being blamed. I'm trying to have a conversation about coaching and roster construction, GMs and ownership. And I hear Bill Belichick may have been interested in the Eagles job and the Eagles were interested in him. But because Nick Sirianni said, yes, sir, and bend the knee to King Howie, King Laurie, that's why he's back. I wasn't expecting that. Let's go to Heavy in Huntington Valley. What's up, Hev?
Yeah, bro. What's good?
What's up?
I think the biggest problem with teams in the city, I think they clearly just haven't drafted well enough. You look at look at the Eagles. They have drafted probably the best out of all the teams, but I mean, out of all the teams, they've never had like a legit quarterback of all time. I mean, you had Carson Wentz had the one good year, and then pretty much fell apart after that. You had Jalen Hurts have.
Look, you had McNabb, right? Donovan McNabb's still the greatest greatest quarterback in Eagles franchise history, but unfortunately, he never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, without a doubt. But that's it's not really saying much. And then you look at some of these other teams, like you look at the Phillies. Their team currently is completely bought for.
Right. They have to buy. I mean, it's tough for the Sixers because they're always toward the end of the first round. And let's face it, they lucked out with Tyrese Maxey because there wasn't a tournament that year. So his draft stock never increased. And that's why you're able to get him at 21. And thank you to Mike Muscala for hitting that three that meant nothing in the bubble game. So the Sixers one's kind of tough. The Flyers were still kind of waiting and seeing because you get the deal, right?
Some of the mistakes the Flyers have made. You let go. You had Sergei Bobrovsky.
Right.
Arguably,
you drafted Nolan Patrick second overall, and that didn't lead to anything. But you still have, look, it's different in hockey. You're waiting for years for these guys to come up. But I hear your point, Heavy. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, drafting's been an issue. And when it comes to this football team now, specifically the Eagles now, the amount of money that you have in Jalen Hurts, and I know I've talked about it a lot of times, the cap hit isn't totally the worst thing in the world, but you're going to have a lot of money invested for some big players. You're going to have to replenish the talent through the draft. This may be arguably the most important draft for Howie Roseman in the last 3 or 4 years, right? Like you had the draft with Rager, or it was a terrible decision, but you did draft Jalen Hurts, and that kind of helped revitalize the Eagles franchise. The last couple of years, you were still with a lot of rookie contracts for a lot of your core players. Now that you're getting toward the end of that, you can make the case that this is the most important Eagles draft in quite some time. Because you have a lot of vets that are gone or going or soon to be gone. Maybe Brandon Graham gets one more year. It's a big draft coming up for the Eagles.
Yeah, and contributing to the sustained success conversation, you consolidate power, and then if you don't use that power to put a better product out on the field, you can go right down the path that you went with Dougie P, because your personnel choices at the end of that era were not exactly pristine.
They were not great, and you gave a lot of I call them thank you contracts after the Super Bowl. Guys like Alshon Jeffrey, which
you kind of
you understand, but at the same time, it's like,
well, no, you understand Bradbury because you didn't want to replace 3/4 of your secondary, but
right.
You kind of got caught in that again.
Yeah, you did. You're right.
That's looking at it now, and I'm not saying because go check the tape. I wanted CJGJ back, but once that didn't happen, I was fine with Bradbury come back.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I was. Oh yeah, you got to get rid of Bradbury. But now in retrospect, both myself and Howie Roseman were giving out thank yous.
Absolutely. Real quick, just to make mention of it, because we were just talking about Flyers and whatnot. We know what's going on with Carter Hart. He was charged with the sexual assault from the 2018 Hockey Canada investigation. His lawyer put out the statement yesterday that they will plead not guilty. Basically, any update we will give you. We know that it looks like the trial might not take place until 2026, which I think that's terrible that we have to wait that long, that the woman has to wait that long. That's not for another 2 years, allegedly. I mean, I don't know if that date might come out another time, but right now it looks like 2026 is when that trial will take place. And so we'll keep you posted on everything. It's a disgusting story, terrible story, and whatever information we can give you, we will give you. But right now we do know that Carter Hart was officially charged with sexual assault, and his lawyer said that they will be pleading not guilty. So we will keep you up to date on everything with that terrible, terrible situation. The number to climb in, 610-632-0975. Why can't we have a dynasty? Why haven't we had a dynasty? What are some of the main reasons? Also, something's happening today that we're going to keep you posted on. And we might be able to get some answers that we're looking for. I'll tell you what that is next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, last year at the Super Bowl, in which our team was in it. Gronk. Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. Now you can play along. Just choose if Gronk will make or miss. That's it. Get your free pick in right now. It's free. If you're right, you win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. If you're wrong, well, you didn't lose any money. Get in all the action when Gronk takes a shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. If you're new to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic to sign up and make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. And
Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
10:52, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Still got a lot in store for you today. Matt Breen, it's a Wednesday, so Breen Days. Matt Breen of the Inquirer, Inquirer.com will join the show coming up at 12:30. Coach Herman Edwards will be joining the show at 11:30. Tried getting Herm on yesterday, but he could not do yesterday. He could do today. Now, I'm glad that it actually moved one day because yesterday, if you didn't hear the show, we talked about what makes a good coach, right? What makes a good coach. Now, Herm's been around forever as a coach, both NFL and college, as a player, as an analyst, and I will ask him because I know it's a pretty open-ended conversation, but knowing his experience, I would love to hear his answer on that. I also would love to hear his answer on, obviously, the difficulties, but what goes into building a dynasty, right? It's one thing for us to complain about draft picks, right? But there is a reason why teams go in certain areas of the draft. There's organizational philosophies, right? So the Eagles are drafting 21st overall this year. There might be that great first-round corner prospect. They'll probably draft an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman to replenish the trenches, which is an organizational philosophy, which since 2000 has been successful. It has worked. I know it's only amounted to one Super Bowl victory, but it's amounted to 3 appearances, multiple NFC Championship appearances across a couple of eras now. And I can't completely hate on it, even though I myself get bummed out when it's not the sexy pick, but it's what has worked for them over the course of 24 years now, right? So, we'll talk to her about the building of a dynasty and how to keep the dynasty around. And is it just as simple as head coach and quarterback? Like we see in Kansas City, you have probably the second best coach in the history of the NFL in Andy Reid, and one of the best quarterbacks who's already in the GOAT conversation in Patrick Mahomes. And you have a great weapon in Travis Kelce. And then you have a great defensive coordinator in Steve Spagnuolo who finds ways to make things work with whatever the talent he has defensively. So we'll talk to Herm about that coming up at 11:30. Something coming up today, though, that we will keep you posted on. 2 things. One, whatever happens with Joel Embiid, we'll keep you up to date on the return of the MRI. Not sure when that's going to happen. But I read you the report from Sam Amick earlier today where there may be reports coming out of Sixers land that Embiid forced his way on the court because of the scrutiny that he has heard from fans and media members, people that cover the league day to day, and then also screaming head shows on different networks. So we'll see what the answer is when the MRI comes out. The other thing, Kay Adams, who everybody remembers from Good Morning Football, she does something on the FanDuel Sportsbook Network. You guys know him. I'm a big fan of the FanDuel Network, right? That's a promo code Fanatic. She's going to be speaking with both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And now the two of them are going on together as friends, and they're going to do the show. But I imagine in a less stressful setting, right? Like, let's face it. After a game, you have 85 microphones in front of your face. It's probably got to be a stressful situation. And it's not because media members hate the players. No, they're doing their job, right? To which A.J. Brown even said that one not press conference because it wasn't at a podium, but when he spoke outside of his locker randomly, he said, I understand that this is your job. I was a journalism major. I understand what you guys are doing, right? Maybe this will be a less stressful setting. It's going to be via Zoom. That's usually what she does, right, with her guests. And I hope we get some answers on A.J. Brown's relationship with Jalen Hurts. I hope we get more answers on A.J. Brown's relationship with Nick Sirianni, on A.J. Brown not playing in the playoff game when people thought that, wow, maybe he could have played because he's talking about how if they win, he'll play in the second round. Then, of course, they lost. Like, what, how valid is that? Was he really going to be able to play in the second round had the Eagles beat the Buccaneers? So we'll keep you up to date on some of that. We got Josh in the back who's going to be helping out, who's going to be grabbing the audio, whatever we hear. We'll play it for you because it's interesting. It's a guy that, kind of went dark. And we'll see what he has to say about the situation. A guy who's very emotional in good ways, right? He's a passionate football player. He loves football. I love that about him. I have no beefs with A.J. Brown. I didn't care that he wasn't speaking. I had no problems with that. And then when he did speak, I thought what he said was spot on. And so we'll see what A.J. Brown has to say. We'll play that for you at some point because it is pretty interesting to find out. All right, let's go back to the phone, 610-632-0975. Let's go to Mike in Cherry Hill. Mike, you're on the Fanatic.
Drew.
What up, Mike?
You're a good man. You're a good man, okay? And I follow you. But I was telling your screener, man, hey, I'm just like you, man. I'm a working Joe, okay? I work for a living. I have nothing's given to me. I was working last night, man, and I came back this morning. I read that Joe fell and hurt himself.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I put real bread on this guy real bread on him winning the MVP. He's got to come back, man. First of all, he got to come back because people been talking about him, saying that he's not a real, what happened to Jokic and Jokic won and everything. He's a regular season MVP. He hears that. So all I need him to do is just come back so he can get 65 games so he can get the MVP so I can win that bread.
I would love hold on. I would love for you to win your bread. I hear you, man. I'm all about it.
Me too.
But like, what if he tore something? Like, we don't know. We're waiting for an MRI to come back.
No. You just said in your report moments ago that he is, you said, your sources. I know you got all these sources.
No, I didn't. No, I don't have a source. I'm reading a report from Sam Amick.
To come back. He's trying to come. He's going to force him to wait. I heard I didn't say I was working yesterday, and I got off just a couple of hours ago, and I heard that he got off on his own power. So if he got off on his own power. He got off on his own power, but when you have a minute, go back and watch. It wasn't powerful. Oh. Yeah, well, no, it wasn't good. Like, let me read you the report again. This isn't my sources. This is Sam Amick. So he says people within the Sixers organization believe Joel Embiid forced himself to play through injuries due to the scrutiny he received in recent days. Quote, you could see it long before he was hurt against the Warriors. Embiid, who missed Philadelphia's game at Portland on Monday night, looked like a player who pushed himself to play against Golden State because the whole basketball world was screaming in his ear. Mike, this was about going into last night. The injury itself that took place last night, that's not what the story's about. Listen, Joe's a tough guy, man. You know he's tough, man. You know what I'm saying? And so, this is 2024, Drew. You got these medical, you got all this
Mike,
stuff, man. I don't know what
Mike, I am rooting for you, man. Trust me. I appreciate the call. I am rooting for you. But we got to be honest with ourselves, man. If it's a serious injury or if it's an injury that's going to, even if it's just 2 weeks, the bigger picture is the finals. I want you to win your money, man. And it looked so good. It looked good. And then he starts missing some time. And now you're finding out that he actually did you a service by trying to play yesterday. That story that I read to you was about forcing himself to go out onto the court yesterday, and then, unfortunately, the injury when Kuminga falls on his leg happened. I'm sorry, Mike, but if it's an injury that's going to keep him out for 2 weeks, if not more, I mean, we have to find out what the deal is. That sucks. That hurts me, man. That hurts hearing that call.
Yeah, I just went to the sportsbook to see what the odds for him was, and he was pulled off the board. So I was going to just suggest the cash out option, but I don't think you're in a place to do that to salvage any type of money.
Yeah, that sucks. But I'm sorry, Mike. Like,
if you got the opportunity, if wherever you have your ticket gives you the opportunity to cash out, do that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it right now, and I don't mean to hurt all of you out there that have tickets, and obviously those of you who are emotionally attached to it. He's not winning MVP.
No, he's not going to.
He's not going to reach the threshold.
It's a shame. He didn't see it. He just heard that he walked off on his own power. Well, so did Carson Wentz.
Oh, yeah. Oh, don't. I'm
not going that far.
I know, but now you put the thought in my brain. I didn't even attach the two of them. Now I got to sit here and think about that. No.
No, I don't think that's what it is. That doesn't look like a torn ACL.
No, it doesn't. But now,
I need one of those doctors. The guys. There's a couple doctors that that follow sports.
Twitter doctors, yes.
Yeah, the Twitter doctors. I need one of those to come out and let us know what the injury may be.
They were all asleep, I think, probably by the time that happened.
That could be it. But
these back-to-back on the West Coast. Listen, I know I'm not playing, I know that my overall regiment of having to watch these games is not supposedly too difficult, but I got to be honest, back-to-back West Coast.
That does it for you?
No. I feel a little bit washed up, honestly. I'm sitting there watching that game like I can't keep my eyes open.
Yeah, well, it's tough.
Especially with the way they were playing.
You're just not a sportsman.
Oh, okay, let's relax. All right?
That's what you're telling me.
That's not what I'm telling you.
Oh, man, sportsmen, they sleep through it, or they stay up through it. They drink coffee.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And creatine.
Mm-hmm.
And pre-workout.
Yeah.
And eat steaks and stay up.
I think you're...
Come on, Ray.
I don't know if you're characterizing a sportsman. I think...
Come on, Ray.
I think you're locked in somewhere else there.
Come on, man. All right, so here's what we're talking about so far today. Why can't we and why haven't we had a dynasty? And to me, one of the big reasons could just be malpractice by ownerships and GM and stuff. Now, I'm looking at the responses. You put out the question on the midday show, which I appreciate. What's kept the city of Philadelphia from enjoying a dynasty in any sport? Brenton checks in with a logical answer. Consistently bad high-round draft picks that don't yield build-around type players. We haven't had winning with homegrown talent since 2008. Right? So, to his point, the high-round, the teams have been successful. They just haven't hit on those picks. The Sixers did with Tyrese Maxey, right? And that may have saved them, for all we know. I mean, Joel Embiid he's the main operation with the team, but you needed a secondary player with him, and Tyrese Maxey falling them at 21 was a pretty freaking big deal. But after that, I mean, you look at the other late-round draft picks that the Sixers have had, Timothé Luwawu-Cabarrot, Furkan Korkmaz, those guys have done absolutely nothing for you. The Eagles, late-round, draft pick, we'll see what Nolan Smith ends up being. Obviously, they had the other pick, and that's how they drafted Jalen Carter. But the late-round draft picks, not hitting on them necessarily. Remember the Jalen Reagor pick when you could have had Justin Jefferson? That could have replenished the offense. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big answer that Brenton gives there. Robert checks in with management. Now, I don't know. When I read this report, if you're just tuning in, I read you a report from Boston, a guy that covers the Patriots, talked about how Bill Belichick had eyes on Philadelphia. Philadelphia had eyes on him. They waited to see if Nick Sirianni would kind of say yes to everything that they said. Nick Sirianni says yes, so they keep him. That's terrible. If you thought he wasn't your head coach moving forward, and you had the greatest head coach of all time available, and you said, well, let's see what Nick says, and Nick says, yes, sir, to every coaching change, and that's why you kept him? That's terrible. Now, this is the one that I just don't get the most. Trip checks in. Trip McNeely. Philly Sports Media. Do you really think that I or Ray or any member of the media in Philadelphia is a reason why the Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers haven't won something? Seriously. No one man should have all that power. See? Told you, man. I know a thing or two. I'm hip.
Yeah, not sure on who we're quoting there, but yeah, sure. That's,
But serious. All right, let's get back to it. If you truly believe that an article or that a take or that a report is the reason why somebody hasn't won something, a team hasn't won something, or a player didn't play as successfully as you had thought, really? I'm being honest with you. I love you all. If you listen to this show, I thank you. And I love you. And if you listen to this show, you know me. I don't do hot takes, right? I give you an opinion that I truly believe in. I don't make up trade scenarios, right? I don't do that kind of stuff, right? I do the show based off of the news of the day. I give my opinion to it, and then I'm a hot take guy when it comes to food. And I say that the oatmeal raisin cookie is the best cookie out there, right? You guys know me at this point. Now, I know I can't speak the same for other people. I get that. But seriously, I don't think an article all right, let's use Marcus Hayes for an example. And I'm not just taking a shot at Marcus Hayes. There's the A.J. Brown story that comes out of this year. If A.J. Brown requests a trade, which I don't believe is happening, if A.J. Brown requests a trade, I don't think he's going to say, that Marcus Hayes guy, he's the reason why I don't want to be in Philadelphia. Now, I do know that people who do believe that media is a evil villain got some they got some fire behind it when Byard said it's different here. Remember, Kevin Byard said it's so much different here in Philadelphia than it was in Tennessee. Now, there's a reason why he said it. He didn't say, screw Philly media. He said, we were able to keep a lot of things in-house in Tennessee. It doesn't seem to be the same here. Well, that's because there's like 3 people that cover the Titans. There are newspapers. There are online publications. There are blogs. There are radio people that go to the locker rooms. It's a lot more people that cover this team than probably the Tennessee Titans, with all due respect to the great people in Tennessee, right? Let's face it, the Eagles is a different animal. The same goes with Boston, with New York, with Dallas, any major market. The same goes for those teams. So I can't agree with you. I can't disagree with you more that you believe the Philly media is the reason why. People blame the fans all the time. Do you truly believe that you are the problem? Because I don't. That's the weirdest thing for me, doing this for a living, right? Because I do know that there are media members that, whatever. There are, I think some fans may be right about some people that talk about these teams. Sometimes there are some people outside of Philadelphia that are right about some of the fans. Right? Like, there are a-holes in Philadelphia. I watched a guy dump a bucket of popcorn on Nick Sirianni as he was walking off the field, and then people defending it saying it's just popcorn. Same went with Russell Westbrook a few years ago when he was walking off the court after getting injured in a playoff game, and some a-hole dropped popcorn on his head, and people said it's just popcorn. Why is he so upset? If you're walking down Broad Street and somebody over the in their row home drop popcorn on, would you laugh and say, "Oh, that was funny"? Like, no, you're not going to do that. I just don't understand this whole media thing. I never do, never have. That's why I feel in a weird situation because I'm kind of in the middle, right? I defend the fans all the time. Every time there's some knucklehead on ESPN that talks about how bad Philadelphia is, like when Michael Wilbon said, "Get Ben Simmons out of hell." Like, okay, well, has he apologized once? No, he hasn't apologized once. And then there's the media members that are doing their job. Like yesterday, it was funny. So Jeff McClain was on the show yesterday. And he believes that both Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox are retiring. So that clip, it was circulating, right? And, the station was tagged in it a lot, which I appreciate people that actually give credit to where, stuff is said, right?
Did Dove Kleiman get it?
I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised. Ari Myrov, all those guys.
Yeah, my NFL Sports Update. Yeah. I was hoping we'd hit the aggregators.
So McClain says that on the show, and a lot of people put out the quote. And right away, why would Fletcher Cox say anything to Jeff McClain? He hates him. Well, Jeff McClain literally said people that I've spoken to that are inside the building. He didn't say Fletcher Cox told me. Just because Fletcher Cox doesn't like Jeff McClain doesn't mean some of the other teammates don't like it. Don't like him. Like, it's strange to me.
Well, they don't understand.
Well,
I hate to say it. Like, some people just don't understand media and
I see it all the time. I see it all the time. How media is this evil devil.
I do like to think, in someone's brain, my scrawny self is impacting a football game.
Yeah, dude, it's your fault.
I would love for someone to walk down the street, look at me, and say, "You know what? You're the reason why the Eagles haven't had a dynasty." Yeah.
How dare you?
Me.
Greg?
Look at me and tell me. Look at me in the face and tell me I'm the reason the Eagles haven't had a dynasty. You can't. They wouldn't
be afraid to say it's to your face.
No, you wouldn't be afraid to say it's my face, which should tell you everything you need to know about my impact on an organization I want you to
tell Clint Hurt it will be his fault.
No way. No way.
Defensive line coach.
Clint Hurt, if he said, "You know what, Ray, you're on the field," I guess that's what's happening. You know what? I'll play out there.
All right, so we got Herm Edwards coming your way next at 11:30. Talk to him about today's topic. about why we haven't had a dynasty. But what goes into building a dynasty? I know it's not one answer, right? So, I'm sure Herm will have some fun with the question itself because he's going to talk about how hard it is, and I know how hard it is. And also yesterday's conversation, pretty open-ended about what makes a good coach. We'll talk to Herm coming up at 11:30. Now, I just saw odds where the Sixers have the second best odds for something. I'll tell you what next, before Herm, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It's 11:20. 11 o'clock hour brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Herm Edwards joins us in 10 minutes. Talk about the Eagles' season coming to an end and how bad it was. His reaction to Nick Sirianni remaining as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. What it takes to kind of rebuilding not just roster, but rebuilding relationships, what seems like Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. As Jeff McClain said again yesterday, that it still needs to be worked on. So he's now said that twice on the show. So he's not running from that. And then the conversation yesterday, what makes a good coach, and the conversation today of how to build a dynasty, why we even had one. We'd love to get Herm's thoughts on that. So we'll speak to the coach coming up at 11:30. But all of a sudden, in one commercial break, 3 different things caught my eye, right? So I teased something Sixers related. But in the next 9 minutes, okay, up until Herm, 3 things to discuss. One regarding the Sixers, one regarding the Eagles, and one thing very near and dear to our hearts, Ray, you and I.
Oh?
I'll start with that one because that's very more, well, there's a lot of people that went to Temple, but not everybody listening went to Temple. Did you see the news? Diamond dollars,
I did see this. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Diamond dollars are done.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, I'm sure every school had something like this. Like I remember Rowan had like Prof Bucks or something like that. Christy went to Bloomsburg, and there was some sort of Husky currency, right? They always had to be something related to the school. So after a 25-year run, Diamond dollars will be phased out at the end of the spring of 2024 semester. This year, man. This year, they made sure to mention that students can still use alternative modes of payment such as credit and debit cards, Venmo, Apple Pay, among others. Diamond dollars, man.
I still think I have enough to go get one more High Life.
Now, that's the thing. For people that don't know, Diamond dollars weren't just for your school books. By the way, what is it? It was usually $150 at the beginning of the semester. Like that's what you got.
Yeah, you were credited with that.
Given $150 to
which
start,
was 75 High Lifes for those at home.
It's also less than one school book, which to me is still the biggest thievery in the world.
Wow, you bought the books.
Yeah, I know. Well, I would usually do that. There was that market where people would resell them. Something.
Yeah, but you're never getting.
But there's something. Yeah,
you're never getting market price for that.
Yeah, never. So Diamond dollars is gone, and that was, for me, I would usually go to the school store, get a hoodie, some sort, and then go to the bar afterward and spend because Diamond dollars could be used for it.
So your Diamond dollars are gone within 2 weeks of the semester.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a hoodie.
That $150 that my mom and dad would be like, man, don't go spend it on some fancy record player. It was gone quickly.
Very fast.
So sad day for current Temple students and future Temple students.
Yeah,
the Diamond dollars are gone.
I don't even know what you say on the tour at that point.
Exactly, because those are gone.
That was a big piece. I mean, that was what really
that's what
landed my commitment.
That's why I went. Not that nowhere else accepted me, but it was the Diamond dollars.
Okay, whoa, different problems for different people here.
So, Sixers. What I teased going into the break. There are now odds on where Jimmy Butler might go if the Heat trade him. So this is all very speculation. This is from Bovada. And, these odds kind of come out of nowhere, right? I do the Bet Online AG stuff, content purposes. My man Jimmy Shapiro sends them over to us. It's so much fun. I think it was Kendrick Perkins?
Yes, yeah. I didn't even send this to you because I was like, no need.
So Kendrick Perkins went on this rant about why the Heat should trade Jimmy Butler out of respect of Jimmy Butler. Now, if I'm the Heat, I was an 8th seed last year and got to the NBA Finals. Why shouldn't I believe that I could do that again this year? Number one. Number two, in terms of content purposes, Bovada put out the odds if Jimmy Butler were to be traded. And there are 7 teams that come up. The Pelicans coming at 7th, plus 950. Warriors at 700. Mavericks at 600. Nets 475. And now your top 3. Kings at plus 325. Your Sixers at plus 225. And the New York Knicks at number 1, plus 210. Best odds. I don't know if I need Jimmy Butler back, but my God, would that make for just incredible theater. He's still a good ball player, so it's not like he stinks and you're trading. You're not trading for a washed-up player. But, man, the theater, him back with Embiid, all the talk of it is, will Joel Embiid demand a trade in Miami one day? What if Butler came back? Tobias Harris over me? Tobias Harris over me? Dude, the two of them back on the same court. Although Tobias would probably have to be traded because you can't have two of them on the team.
Oh, Tobias was driving me nuts last night. There was one of those double teams Embiid passed out of, and immediately Tobias put it on the floor when he was open for three, and I wanted to go through my television screen at that moment. But yeah, for the Butler thing, this is now like reach let me dream scenario.
Right.
Like I'll dream about it. I'll dream about the pairing here. I'll dream about the chance of the two of them playing together one more time. And the just wonderful, wonderful, cruel irony to all those people in Miami who for so long were photoshopping Joel Embiid into Heat jerseys. Oh, he's going to come down here with his old buddy Jimmy Butler. No. His old buddy Jimmy Butler's going to come up here.
That'd be great. I look for theater purposes. Yeah. I'm all for buy me a first row ticket.
Not even theater. Just pure basketball. Pure hooper love here.
Well, it'd be great. Look, him and Maxey together.
For the love of the game here.
He does more than James Harden. Defense, offense can facilitate a little bit.
No one that's going to tell Joel Embiid to tone it down in the regular season the way Butler will.
Absolutely.
Hey, man, you relax. The real season doesn't start for a couple months.
Right, so now the Jimmy Butler slop begins. All right, lastly, because we got Herm in a couple minutes, we may not have to wait for Kay Adams. I want to credit Chris Franklin, NJ.com. He spoke with both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Ooh, a media tour.
Yeah, this published not 20 minutes ago.
Wow.
Like I saw it during the break. So A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith spoke with Chris Franklin. So check it out on NJ.com. And A.J. Brown first was asked about Brian Johnson's departure. To which he responded, quote, "To be honest, you could feel it happening. But I didn't really have a reaction either way. Brian is a good coach, and most importantly, he's a good person. I'm sure he's going to land on his feet somewhere." So not really the most ringing endorsement for Brian Johnson, saying, A, you could feel it. B, I don't have a reaction either way.
Yeah, but on the other side of that, for as honest as he's been, and as honest as he could be in that situation, him still taking that he's a good coach, I think he's going to land on his feet, is probably, I don't think A.J. Brown would have pulled punches if the guy was out of the building and he didn't like him.
Right. So. I got you. And then both of them, for all you people speculating, is A.J. Brown going to get traded? Does he want to get traded? Is he going to demand a trade? Are the Eagles going to trade him? Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, who were both captains last year, were asked about the future of the team. Devontae Smith responds with, quote, "We're going to continue to be ourselves and not let the moment get the best of us, even if things are not going the right way. We have to continue to push ourselves in the direction and uplift the guys around." A.J. Brown says, "We will continue to get better each day, pushing people around us and ourselves to reach another level. We are demanding it from everyone around us." If he's talking about next year, that doesn't come off as, Magic Johnson saying, "I'm not going to be here." Right, when he was talking about the Lakers situation. I don't think A.J. Brown is demanding a trade. A lot of people got upset when he scrubbed the accounts of Eagles stuff. I've seen athletes do that before. He's not the first one to ever do it. So, I wouldn't make much of that. Until there's a legit report, everything's just been speculative. I just went through those Jimmy Butler, if he were to be traded odds. One of those kinds of accounts is what did the "Where Would A.J. Brown Go?" All right, it was not a real book. It was not an Adam Schefter report. Like, until somebody actually legitimately reports A.J. Brown is trying to get traded, I'm not running with it, nor even thinking about it, because he's the best wide receiver that we've had in the city in a long time. And him and Devontae Smith as a tandem is incredible when the offense is being run right and planned correctly. Not what we saw the final 2 months of the season. We'll reset the entire show coming up in a little bit We're talking about dynasties and why we have not seen one. What have been some of the main reasons why we haven't seen one in Philadelphia? We'd love to hear your thoughts on it at 610-632-0975. We will keep you up to date on whatever A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith do have to say later on today when they do their hit with Kay Adams. And also the news of Joel Embiid. We'll keep you up to date on that. Still no word on the MRI of Joel Embiid, if he even had it yet or not. But we'll keep you up to date on the status of the big man, who seems like he's probably going to miss some time after the injury that took place yesterday against the Warriors. But for now, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, talk to one of my favorite people on this planet. He does a great job at ESPN, always does a great job when he comes on these airwaves, and that's the coach, Herm Edwards. Coach Edwards, what's going on, man?
Well, like everybody else, it's just, waiting until we see the big game again. We've watched these two teams play in this scenario before, so be interested if anybody can beat Patrick Mahomes. He's a unicorn.
He really is. It's amazing. So, Herm, I know this is not the easiest question to answer, and I know how hard it is. But today, one of our topics today is about dynasties. And here in Philadelphia, we've seen good teams, right? Like the Eagles are a great run organization, have been since 2000, but have only won the one Super Bowl, and I'm not going to take that lightly. Winning a Super Bowl is a big deal. Our basketball team is a championship contender every single year. Our baseball team is a World Series contender over the last couple of years. But the dynasty, we still have not seen it. Like we've seen it in Kansas City with the Chiefs, with Big Red and Patrick Mahomes, like we saw in New England with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Coach, through your experience covering football, playing football, coaching football, A, obviously just how hard is it? And B, what goes into building a dynasty in sports?
Well, I just think it's one of those situations where you kind of fall into it.
Mm-hmm.
We all in the off season look to better our football teams, whether it be through the draft, through free agency, and then it matters this way. If you can keep a team together for maybe 4 or 5 years, then you have the ability to do that. And the main component, we've seen it, obviously, is great coaching, but also who plays with the ball.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the two guys. It's been Tom Brady, and once New England made that run, we all sat here and said, well, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to do that anymore. And lo and behold, Patrick Mahomes is chasing that. He's chasing, I've said it numerous times, he's chasing Joe Montana, that run they had in San Francisco when he was the quarterback and then Steve took over. And then Bill Belichick, he made the next run. And now Andy, all of a sudden, is making a run in Kansas City.
Could Andy Reid end up going down as the best head coach in the history of the NFL? I know that's such a sports radio question. I understand that. But, I mean, think about all the success he had here in Philadelphia, and then he doesn't miss a beat in Kansas City.
Well, he's going to be right there. I mean, I'm not one to say the best. I mean, I've only said one time the best, who was ever the best to play the game of football. And I'll stick with this until I hopefully go to heaven, and it's Jim Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I never say this guy's the best. I've only said it one time. Jim Brown was the best player, in my opinion, ever put a helmet on and a uniform on. That's just me. That's my opinion.
Right. That's great. Now, when it comes to the coach, a conversation we had yesterday, this is when I originally texted you yesterday, and I appreciate you being able to come on today. We got into a conversation about what makes a good coach, because obviously we have the talk about Nick Sirianni, should he have stayed, should he have been fired, all that kind of stuff. We'll get to that later on. But to you, Herm, what makes a good head coach in any sport, but specifically the NFL, because we're watching, once again, Andy Reid back in the Super Bowl once more?
I think you got to be a good communicator. I think you have to do this, and all players appreciate this. Allow them to be successful. Is your system flexible enough where either on offense, defense, or special teams that these players can be successful? Because players want to be successful. You have to have an atmosphere where obviously you're a good communicator. I've always said this. You treat everyone fair. You don't treat everyone the same. And players understand that. They understand the star, you might be treated a little bit different. But when you do that, there's more expected from you. And players understand that. But you treat everyone the same. And I think your consistency is critical, especially when you hit hard times. Because players are sensitive, man. We live in a world now, boy. that as soon as a player has a bad game, well, this guy ain't any good anymore. Well, I don't know about all that. Who's going to protect him? Head coach. He's got to protect it. How you make decisions, I think, is very important in games, game day decisions. You know, and it's just, you got to, like I say, they'll respect your title when you become a head coach or a defensive coordinator, but you got to earn their trust. You got to earn the player's trust. And I say that both ways. I was a player.
Right.
Dick Vermeil earned our trust. When he said something, we didn't question it. We went. We said, okay, we get it, coach. We trust you. So you got to earn that.
So what happened the last 2 months with the Philadelphia Eagles?
I saw it coming. I was in Bristol when they got off to the start, and I go, oh, I don't like what I'm seeing. Mm-hmm. Because they won some of those games kind of close. And, you know, you lose two coordinators, obviously. That doesn't help. And when you have accomplished what they accomplished, you get everyone's best shot. I mean, teams are excited about playing you because they know, hey, look, these guys went to the dance. But when you watch their offense, there was no consistency in it. There was no, okay, now they're bringing pressure. What do we do?
Right.
When you watch their defense, and I've said this, if you attack the middle of their defense, there's a lot of yards there.
Well, last time I had you on was leading up to that second Cowboys game.
I told you.
That didn't go well.
I told you. And you could just, it's from my eyes, you know, I just look at it from my eyes and go, okay, this is what it is. And I can remember being in studio saying, guys, I'm just telling you, that record don't match, you know, like when somebody sits down and goes after them, they're going to have some problems. And it's just, they want enough, and, you know, you massage it. But I think now the offseason will come, coach will sit there and say, look, we got to fix this. Because it's fixable. They got good players.
So then who does it fall on? Because we talked about the respect and not just earning the respect, but maintaining that respect. And obviously Nick Sirianni remains as head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. They made the decision to bring him back. How much did it fall on him those final 2 months?
Well, it always falls on you as the head coach, whether you're part of it or not, because you get to make the decisions. And at the end, when you win, you get the praise for doing it. But when you lose, you got to fix it. And the good part is they're going to allow him to fix it. And I think he understands that. He had a lot of success early.
Right.
And you think and all of a sudden you just kind of think, but the details of what you're requiring players to do, how you go about your work day, on the off season, in the classroom, on the practice field, you know, the little things matter, man. They just matter. And if you lose sight of that, it can get you. It can come back and get you. And I think he's going to look at his whole plan of, look, what happened. And, you know, a lot of games more games are lost than won. And when you look at it, it's a play here, a play there. It's okay. Like Josh Allen. Okay. Josh Allen played a magnificent game. They don't beat Kansas City. Right. Now, you can look at that game and go, well, we had some drops. Okay. He missed a pass or two. Okay. But here's the problem. He has the ball at the end of the game. At the end. Where if he goes down now and scores a touchdown, game is over. They settle for a field goal and miss it. Even if they make it, here's the problem. You giving the unicorn guy, Patrick Mahomes, the ball.
Yep.
He's going to beat you. We all know it. We've seen it before. We've seen the story. You got to finish the game, man. You just got to finish it. I looked at Baltimore play them, and I'm looking at Lamar Jackson, and I'm going, when did Lamar Jackson become a drop-back quarterback?
Right.
They were the number one rushing team in the league, and they're not even running the ball. They're dropping back throwing. And it's not like they're getting blown out. It's a one-score game.
Yeah, it was amazing how that played out. It really was, and like you said, the unicorn, he's back in it, he's a big reason why that he's back in it.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Got that guy, when you have that guy, you know this. Look, we're gonna win 10 games.
Oh yeah.
Then it's just a matter of, okay, how many more do we win than that? Do we win the division? And then when I get in playoff competition, I got a seasoned guy that I know when he has the ball in his hand, we got a chance.
Yeah.
We got a chance. That's all you can ask for.
It's amazing. Now, Herm, before I let you go, I would love to go back to the Sirianni and respect conversation. So, doing this every single day here in Philadelphia, there's talks about when the decision happened where they demoted the defensive coordinator, Sean Desai, and promoted Matt Patricia. There may have been some thoughts inside the locker room of, all right, how much say does Sirianni even have in this building, and are there people above him making decisions? Well, there was a report yesterday out of Boston, a guy that's been covering the Patriots for a long time, that reported that the Eagles were very interested in Bill Belichick when he became available, and they may have moved on from Sirianni had he not agreed with Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore as the new coordinators. If you're a player, and you were once a player, so I would love your opinion on this, and you hear that the organization may have moved on from the head coach, but because he said yes, sir, to Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, that's why he's still back.
Right.
How does that make you feel?
You know what? The one thing you can't worry about anymore, and it's worse now than when I played, all the noise outside the building. Because the noise is devastating.
Right.
And you don't know who's, it's I always say it's the Guppy story. They had this little guppy in Miami, and the time the story was told and it kept coming up the East Coast, it was the great white whale.
Right.
Because people add stuff to so you can't get in. When you're a player, you're looking at this. You're going to the offseason over with. You're looking at your football team if you're coming back. And as a player, you're going, hey, man, how do we fix this? We were so close, and that's all you're worried about. Whatever coach you have, when you come back in there, you're going, hey, man, I'm good. Look, I got it. But at the end, man, you can't control that. You can't worry about that. You're not sitting there going, oh, what are they saying? Yeah, look, he's our head coach. We've won a lot of games with Coach. And you know what? We got to get back in the championship game.
Yeah. All right, Herm, listen, I appreciate you taking the time, man. I did like that you said earlier they still got good players, so they can turn this thing around. Hopefully they do that next year. And, we're having a lot more fun conversations in January and not talking about the demise of the team. Thanks for coming on today, Coach. I appreciate it.
Hey, 11-6 is better than 6-11.
Yeah, but when it was at one point 10-1, that hurt.
Hey, man, it happens, brother. It just goes to show you how hard it is to win a football game.
Yep, absolutely. Listen, Coach, I appreciate it, man. I'm sure I'll be bugging you again during the offseason at some point.
Anytime, brother. Anytime.
Thank you. There he is, Herm Edwards on the Comcast Business Hotline. When he started getting passionate about those Ravens, football guy was coming out of him. Remember I asked him, he was talking about last time I had him on. He was like, well, I'm not the coach. But
A.J. Brown over the middle.
Right.
That's what it was.
And he was right.
He was right. Of course he's right. He's coach. He's
Coach Edwards, man.
Oh, he's the best.
I'm not the coach, but I love it. I could see him. He's probably on speakerphone with the arms out. Just saying.
And when he says, I saw that, when he said he saw the collapse coming, he's talking about that offense. When you were talking to him before that Cowboys game in his head, he's thinking about, wow, this offense has got nothing.
Yeah.
This offense got.
Oh, God.
Oh, man, I love having him on so much. He's just the best.
He's natural energy.
Yeah.
He asked me before the show, do I want coffee? I said, no, I got Herm today. You'll be able to hear that again on 97.5thefanatic.com. Matt Breen will join the show coming up at 12:30. But next segment, your calls, 610-632-0975. We'll reset what we got going on in the show today. We're talking about dynasties and why we have not seen one here. Other than curses, right? Because I know I've gotten a lot of those answers so far is we're cursed. No, seriously, what has kept the Sixers and Eagles and Phillies and Flyers from winning championships? Not just appearing in one, winning championships. I see other major markets do it. How come we haven't had one? What's been the reason behind it? 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 11:51 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Talking about dynasties, what is the reason why? What is the main reason why, in your mind, that we have not seen one out of all the teams, other than curses, right? And other than the Philly media. Oh, you guys are monsters. Nobody wants to come here to play because of you. That's not true either. By the way, look at the Phillies payroll. Like, people come here. The whole notion of nobody wants to play in Philadelphia, either because of the fans or media, is all bogus. The Phillies just sign top free agents all the time. If they want to come here, obviously, Shohei didn't come here, but you get what I'm saying. Yamamoto didn't come here. But Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, Aaron Nola didn't want to leave. Zach Wheeler's here, right? A lot of big-name players are here in Philadelphia.
Aaron Nola's addicted to postseason baseball in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he loves it.
Right. Me and him both.
So what is the main reason, or one of the main reasons? Did I get your answer for this? I'm sorry.
No,
Ray.
you didn't. It's okay.
Hey, Ray, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good to talk to you.
What do you believe is one of the main reasons? I don't even necessarily have a main reason. My thing is with the Eagles, even though it's worked, is the idea of we're better than you. And when I saw that report that you sent me yesterday out of Boston, that the Eagles were interested in Bill Belichick, and they decided to keep Sirianni because he said, yes, sir, to moving on from the coordinators and hiring new ones, like, that makes me feel gross that they kept a guy that they can probably continue to handle as a puppet a little bit.
If it makes you feel better, there is no dynasty with Bill Belichick in the 2020s.
Yeah, the 2020s, you're right.
Right. So there wouldn't be. And I don't think there's a title with him, but that's just me because clearly, I'm the one that's not jonesing for Belichick here.
Yeah, I'd be for it in a second.
Yeah,
and apparently he and Howie have a great relationship according to that report.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, everybody's got a great relationship till you start working together.
Like AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts.
Oh, come on, man! Don't compare.
Well, we're waiting for that. Clips
to clean that up. But yeah, in terms of what has stopped this, I think a lot of it has been management structure,
okay.
And I think that's kind of across the board. And it's really it's an easy answer in the sense of obviously when things change because you're not winning, things will continue. You never find that stability. But I think there is a certain level to what the Eagles have done where it has not been sustainable in this current structure, in this current belief. We believed in the new normal, and the new normal quickly turned into 9-8, sneak your way into the postseason, and then falling apart there in that third year. And in this scenario, the structure was clearly off in the year following the Super Bowl run from a season ago. I think that has played a part into what has not led to a dynasty here in recent years. I think when you look back at what the Phillies were doing, it kind of felt like they were trying to sell out to get that dynasty, and when they didn't finish the job there, you went through what exactly, like finding your identity post, wow, we did such a good job in bringing Rollins, Utley, Howard up.
Right.
You didn't really find an identity beyond that, beyond that moment.
That's why you went on a 10-year playoff drought.
Right, and then you continue.
Not World Series drought, playoff drought.
You continue to try and find what you were going to be until you finally accepted that you were bad, and you had to kind of push it back.
Yeah, the years of... Let's bring in Marlon Byrd.
Why is Marlon Byrd the first name that came to both of our minds? I was about to say Marlon Byrd. Now it's like, I'll let him, whatever.
That was like one last hurrah.
2013?
Yep.
Yeah, 2013. Yep. So like that look at it, and even now, I think they've done a really good job in building up a farm system to, in comparison to what they've done, what they did during the 10-year drought and what we've seen over that 10-year drought. Now, of course, it remains to be seen. Dombrowski, for all of the wonderful things he does, the one thing that anyone that has rooted for a team that he's been at before will tell you is usually following the years in which he's in charge of your team, you go through
down
a little bit of a lull in what you've got in the farm system because you sell out to get
sold
that
out, which he hasn't necessarily done yet.
And I think they've done a really good job of building out the farm system, but I think structure is part of this.
So structure. Now, you mean in terms of like GMs and presidents of operations?
The way you build out, yeah.
Because ownership, I have not had a problem with.
No, I mean, right now...
Like, I don't get the Josh Harris hate. What does he do wrong? He pays all the money. Like, I'm not... And I will say this once more, I'm not doing this because we're partners with him. Like,
I do think they've become enamored with the shiny object at times.
Okay.
Like for people who they liked the idea of the process, and then they didn't when the NBA told them not to, and then they became enamored. Well, okay, well the NBA wants us with this Colangelo guy. Oh, that's
but we also never knew when it was going to end with Hinkie. Like we didn't.
Right, I understand, but pivot points have happened here where it's been tough, and obviously I can't blame them for the fact the guy's wife was running burner accounts, and they had to pivot from that point before the most pivotal offseason in what was their plan's history. But I think that would be the one critique of it. Doc.
All right, so you didn't like Doc Rivers as a head coach. All right, well, he was the best available coach at the time that they went after. It was between him and Tyronn Lue, right? And I wasn't a Lue guy, so I'm not. I wasn't upset.
D'Antoni was also out there for that one?
Yeah, and nobody wanted him here. I mean, I know some
right.
people did,
and Doc just ended up being the middle ground between the Simmons and which also, God, I don't want to think in the world where Colangelo got his way, and this was Simmons' organization.
Right, yeah, exactly. I know. But yeah, I do think the Sixers ownership's been fine. Philly, I mean, look, the Phillies, they're in the luxury tax. I have no beef with John Middleton. I have no beef with Jeffrey Lurie. I have no beef with Josh Harris. And I know I don't have beef with the Flyers. Right? I mean, finally. I did last year and the year prior, but they finally made a change in direction. And
management there has been a reason why you haven't had success. Right. Now you have now you have somewhat of a direction.
Yeah, exactly.
You start to feel like the organizations have direction. I think that's part of what's slowed some of the previous discussion about going and having sustained success.
Right.
First, you got to find success, which for some of these teams has been, tough. And
right. And look, it's hard. When we have this conversation, one conversation could be, why haven't we seen titles? I'm going as far as dynasty, right?
The leagues are designed for you not to have that happen.
Right. Exactly. Well, depends. I've had this conversation with Tyrone before in basketball. Once you win once, you could probably win a couple of times, depending on how your roster's set up. I mean, look at the Warriors. That's one of the greatest teams of all time. The NBA is actually a lot about dynasties. Warriors, LeBron, Spurs, Lakers, multiple times, Celtics. For the most part, it's dynasties that are winning titles in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean,
baseball a little different. Football, as Herm just said, you get coach and quarterback, you could be a dynasty.
Well,
and a dynasty doesn't have to be being 6 for 6 in a Super Bowl, right?
Do you have questions about our coach or about our quarterback? 6'10", 6'3".
I know my quarterback's not Patrick Mahomes.
Okay,
right. So I don't know if the Eagles are going to be a dynasty.
Yeah, I know what you're saying with this. In theory, this is what you need to go do it.
Right.
The idea of
executing is hard.
We're just going to draft the best quarterback, and we're also going to be able to pair him with the best
that's
coach.
What I'm saying. I know it's not easy, right? I know it's not easy, but it seems like there's always a team that, think back in your lifetime, there's always a dynasty.
Yeah.
Astros in baseball, Lightning in hockey, multiple in basketball during our time, Patriots and now Chiefs. How come we haven't had one, man? I'm jealous. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to VT Ron. What up, Ronnie?
Hey, boys, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay, Andrew. I'm doing okay. Hey, it looks like you had a real nice date with Chrissy there, too. Good job, pal.
Yeah, it was nice. I had a good time.
Yeah, good one. Hey, listen, I know about the dynasties, but the reason why I called was the Kellen Moore hire. I am all in favor of the Kellen Moore hire. You look at his stats now. There's a couple years, that COVID year and everything, where it's not as strong. But his statistics and what he's done in Dallas, and even the year last year, I mean, that was a trash fire in L.A. with the Chargers. But I think the guy, that's a fit. That is a real
and he's creative and he has talent on this team, right? I think now look, he did have talent in LA, right? He had Herbert, he had Allen, right? He had talent, but there's a lot of talent here on this team that if you have a creative mind, and that's clearly something Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson together did not have, maybe you can go a long way with this team.
Well, hey, anybody that can put motion in his offense, I'm thrilled.
Yeah, me too.
So if he puts motion in the offense, he motions your second and third receivers. Even run 11, you run 12 personnel every once in a while.
Yep.
I'd like to see something different. I really do. And I think they hired the right guy. Well, management hired the right guy for the job. As far as the other end, I'm out on Fangio. I'm out.
You're out
on Fangio.
Interesting.
Why? I don't like what's coming out of Miami. Do I believe it or not believe it? What the players are coming out, what's coming out from management, that leaves a lot.
I found interesting though. Tyreek Hill spoke. I think it was yesterday. I watched it yesterday, so I don't know if he said it yesterday or 2 days ago. He talked about how there was a feeling that this was always part of the plan. Him eventually leaving Miami for Philadelphia.
What, because of family?
Well, I think, look, he was going to come here, right? Like, if the Jonathan Gannon situation plays out any different, he was going to come here.
He would have been here last year.
Yes.
You're right. He would have been here last year. That's right. And it didn't work out. So then.
I get it. I know there's reports that some of the players don't like him, and so, and we'll see. But, look, it seemed like players liked Sean Desai, right? I appreciate the call, Ronnie. Like, you don't always have to like the guy. Everybody liked Sean Desai. I mean, every Tim McManus, Jeff McClain, everybody that we've had on, Dave Zangaro with the best show ever. Everybody that's been on, E.J. Smith, Andrew Checo in the mornings, everybody said that they liked Sean Desai. They just, they didn't think that he maybe had the, cojones to really own the room, and it was confusing, and maybe he overthought things and all kinds of stuff.
Nice guys finished last.
Yeah, bring it on, Vic.
Yeah, but
tell the players they suck to their face.
I'd love for him to just walk into the first meeting just with a slideshow of the last 7 games of this season. Just click, 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 click. This is everything that went wrong with you guys. You guys stunk. You need me.
Yeah,
figure it out.
Now, anything from AJ? Because I just got a tweet from Mike. In response to the recent trade rumors that aren't real.
We got 2 of them in here.
Oh, we do. Because Mike on Twitter, he's been all over this A.J. Brown. Remember when he first scrubbed the account, he was very nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Very nervous. I've been trying to talk Mike off a ledge. Well, he tweeted at me about the clip that you're about to play and says, take a listen. Does that sound like someone who's eager to be back in the building? Saying he's waiting by the phone one way or another? Well, here's A.J. Brown.
Why does Twitter have this wild idea that you're getting traded?
I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't know.
I mean, have you heard anything about this? Is this like a media thing? Like, it's everywhere. I'm sure you've seen it.
I kind of been through this before. I'm a vet, I remain quiet, and if something happens, I'll be waiting by the phone. If not, then I'll be right here.
All right. Now, let me address it once again. I have not seen a single reporter say anything about A.J. Brown. Not a single reporter.
So we have one more clip.
All right. Let's hear it.
You have not heard anything. There's no actual rumblings about a trade. That's all. I want to just make that clear.
He ain't going to communicate. I'm not really just worried about any of that right
Okay.
now. So if it is, if it ain't, I don't know.
Oh, my gosh. That wasn't the answer I was looking for. I thought you were going to say absolutely not.
I think you just got to be prepared. It's a business at the end of the day.
So Devontae Smith says he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, Devontae Smith tried to jump in there and bail everyone out of this conversation, and A.J. Brown just kept talking.
He did keep talking, but did he say, he said it's a business. I haven't heard him demand, I have not heard a single reporter say anything about A.J. Brown.
So remember when we were talking about, we were talking about something. I remember I made the point of everyone. Oh, it's the Kelsey thing. It's everyone looks for their belief in what they hear.
Right.
For people that think A.J. Brown is being traded, those 2 clips right there, him not refuting, like, hey, I gave you the opportunity to say absolutely not.
I'm an Eagle for life, man.
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't give you that. So if you are already believing that he is on his way out, you're going to find a way to run with that.
Right, exactly.
For those of you who have been stooped in, I don't want to come across this cruel, but I'm going to say it anyways. For those of you who've been stooped in reality of like the situation, then you'll realize that is not him saying I want out. This is not him saying that he's not going to be here. It's just him simply answering a question where it seems like
I'm a vet. I've been through this before.
Yeah.
I'll wait by the phone.
Do you think that he was sitting there in Tennessee like, oh yeah, this is the time for me to go? Like,
I don't think so. I mean, Vrabel was upset.
Right.
Visibly, upset. on draft day.
Right. That's what I mean. So like I guess he's, it's one of those things where fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, I don't read that as him saying he's out.
No, I don't either. So I will once again say, to Mike, I don't believe that he's getting traded. I've not seen a single reporter talk about A.J. Brown potentially being traded. The only thing that I've seen are random odds that somebody created offshore. All right? That's the only thing I've seen. Now, we do have one more. I'm sorry. Do we have? I will ask you this. If we don't have it yet, if Josh can effort, and we'll go to the calls. He talked about the Instagram account because that was what set this all off in the beginning. What set it off wasn't even any sort of report. What set it off was him scrubbing his account before the Eagles-Buccaneers game. When we get that, we'll play it for you. Let's go back to the phone. Let's go to my man Tasty Cake Dom. Dommy, what's up?
Hey, Andrew. Hey, Ray.
How you doing?
First of all, Andrew, I want what is a dynasty? Like, tell me what a dynasty is. Two?
I think two, or if you win and you're in multiple. So I thought if the Eagles won last year, that would open the door to the D word. That's what I say. I wouldn't even say it out loud. I was just saying the D word.
So not your lifetime, but mine. This is how agonizing by that definition. So when I'm a younger fella, between 1976 and 83, right, Andrew?
Mm-hmm.
The Sixers go to the Eastern Conference Finals 6 times in 8 years.
Right.
They go to the NBA Finals 4 times in 8 years. And, of course, they win the one in 83. And it's a team that consists of 4 Hall of Fame players. And really, if Andrew Toney stays healthy, they would have had 5 in.
Right. So, I would say if they won 2, that team would have been considered a dynasty.
Right. The Phillies, when I'm a young guy, they went. Now, remember, Andrew, when I'm a kid in high school, only 4 teams make the playoffs.
Right. Yep.
There's no wild card. So you got 4 teams make the playoffs.
Yep.
And the Phillies win the division 76, 77, 78. They don't make it in 79, but they acquire Pete Rose.
80.
And then they also go back to
83.
the World Series in 83.
Yep, with the Orioles.
So if they win that World Series in 83,
that would be dynasty. I would call that a dynasty, yes.
So
I think the definition is 2 titles.
Right. So we've been many years ago. We've been pretty close a couple of times, but we couldn't break through with that second team.
Now I would have said this, Dom. If the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, I wouldn't have called them a dynasty going back to the Doug Peterson era, right? It's the era in which the head coach is there. So Sirianni's era.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Era.
Like I wouldn't count 2017-18 and then also 22-23 as a part of a dynasty. To me, it's 2 totally different teams. It's different quarterback, different coach, different a lot of things.
Right. The other thing I want to ask you about, because my friends are driving me nuts today with this, it's time to get rid of him. Andrew, this man, there are 26-8 with this man, and they're 3-9. First of all, Andrew, if they're going to start with this 65-game crap and all this other, then change the award. It can't be the MVP award, because if you're 26-8 with a guy, okay, and 3-9 without a guy, that's the most valuable player.
It shows you how valuable it is, and it sucks because he's going to miss some time. And thanks for the call, Dommy. He's going to miss some time, and he's not going to be eligible, and that's going to suck. Ultimately, the big picture is to win the NBA championship game or NBA championship, NBA finals. But it sucks, like for him personally and for us, because we're going to watch a team that's going to probably struggle a little bit. All right, we continue the 12 o'clock hour. Matt Breen joins the show at 12:30. Will we have the Instagram cut? All right, so coming up next, you will hear more from A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith were on with Kay Adams earlier today, the Up and Adams show, talking about all kinds of stuff, the way the season ended, what's next, and, of course, all these rumors, I guess you could say. And one of which, let's be honest, A.J. Brown started the speculation. How about we use the word speculation? A.J. Brown started with the scrubbing of the account. Now, I made nothing of it. I completely ignored it. I've seen it before. Joel Embiid's done it. Right? He's still here. I've seen it happen before. I don't make anything of it until I see a reporter say something. And no reporter said anything. So we just played you those two clips. He didn't really deny it, but like you said, depending on what side you're on, I'm on, he's staying. I didn't take that as, oh my God, he's demanding a trade. He'll talk about the Instagram account. We'll play that for you next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid again, MRI. I'm Ray.
Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm sorry. I just started laughing out loud. I'm sorry. Shame on me. If it's true, strike down upon thee, Lord. I'm sorry. I just saw a report from Tin Bomb Temps. Covers the NBA. I'll ask you, Ray, as I always do. Did you see it?
And of course I haven't.
You have not seen it?
No.
Good.
I didn't go on my phone during the break. What happened?
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable with this guy. Ben Simmons appeared to tweak his knee in his first game back against the Jazz.
No, stop
and
it.
is now questionable for tonight's game against the Suns. You got to be kidding me. Now, I wonder if part of it is going up against Book and KD. Old teammate KD. Old villain in Book. He stole his girl. Mr. Steal Your Girl. Really? This guy amazes me.
I am who I am. It is what it
He
is.
amazes me. Joel Embiid had a 6'8" dude fall on his knee. And yeah, he's going to probably miss some time. Ben Simmons tweaked his knee first game back. Now he's questionable for tonight against the Suns. And I'm sorry. I will do, the Always Sunny Charlie Day with all the pointing out to this is why this is happening in the mailroom. Ben Simmons, he's about to go up against his old teammate in Kevin Durant, where it didn't work out very well, and also against his old villain in Devin Booker, and now all of a sudden he tweaked his knee. There's no report about tweaking the knee yesterday when we talked about Simmons being back. This guy is amazing. He's unbelievable. Oh, my God, I just can't believe it with this dude. He might have legitimately tweaked his knee, but I'm sorry. It's become the boy who cried wolf. Cooper at home. He has learned hurt. Like that's the new thing, right? So he dropped a book on his toe the other day. Hurt. Oh, I believe him. I saw it happen. But then this morning, we feed the cat right away in the morning. That's our first thing. Me and Coop go down. He likes feeding the cat. The cat did the rub up against Cooper. Like, that's the cute thing the cats do. I know there's not many cute things the cats do. Right away. Hurt. Well, you're full of... Stop that. You're not hurt. Get the hell out of here. Him and Ben Simmons are the same person right now in terms of their level of honesty when it comes to pain.
Oof.
Yeah, poof. One kid's not even 2 years old yet. The other guy's a millionaire in the NBA.
Listen, man.
It is unbelievable, this dude.
Comparing the Coop, you already were counting those NIL dollars with the initials, and now you're comparing the Coop to Ben Simmons. That's not good.
No, I'm just saying.
That's bad.
They're both doing the same thing. They're pretending to be hurt.
That's a bad comparison for the Coop. I'm worried.
Unbelievable,
Character
man.
issues with the kid. 610, 632.
There's flaws there.
Speaking of flaws, I have to call myself out.
What's up?
Disappointed in myself because during the break, I was going out there to get myself a cup of water. Mm-hmm. And you know what I pride myself on, my role at this station?
Bringing the cups back.
Guess what? There's not any of out there.
Yeah.
No cups.
That's your problem.
That's my fault.
Ray said Ray basically gave himself the title of cup guy, and he's fallen short multiple times.
Oh, okay.
Multiple times.
Okay.
Disappointed in you.
So, yes, I fell short on that one. Also missed the 8:42 break with one Pat Egan and Bob Cooney.
Oh, so you're
Mary Beth today.
You're dead
so
to
today,
a lot of people today.
Today I just want to be honest. This is a show about accountability.
Yeah.
This is a poor day of work for me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try and battle
you
it
have
out
the second
for the next
half.
hour.
You
and
can
a
make adjustments.
It's not looking good considering I went out there for a water cup in the second half and there was still none to be had. So that's on me.
Well, maybe you can go get some in the next break.
Yeah, that's
we have time.
Next break's the one where Jen comes in and I converse with Jen.
That's
I got a scheduled out day here.
You're a popular guy here. All right, Matt Breen will join us coming up in about 7 minutes at 12:30. So A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith did their conversation with Kay Adams. And sorry, Devontae, this is basically all about A.J. Brown at this point. So he was asked about the scrubbing of the Instagram account, which I know sent a lot of people down a spiral that he is going to be demanding a trade. I have seen athletes do this before. He is not the first athlete to ever scrub his Instagram account and not the first athlete to ever just scrub the specific team that he plays for off of his Instagram account. He's not the first person to do it, but I do understand in today's day and age, in today's media, We've seen players be active on social media before, expressing how disappointed they are in situations. Kadarius Toney was literally cursing out the Chiefs organization leading up to the AFC Championship game because he claims he's not actually hurt. Like, I get it. We've seen players. I'm not comparing A.J. Brown, Kadarius Toney. I'm just saying we've seen athletes in sports complain about stuff, and then sometimes it's not even specifically. Like, I remember a couple of years ago, Fletcher Cox, remember he didn't show up to OTAs the year they won the Super Bowl.
That's right.
He randomly, man, I get choked up during the show. He randomly tweeted out the money emoji and the eyeballs, and immediately, oh, he must be coming back. He signed his deal. It had nothing to do with it. He's trolling you, right? Joel Embiid literally calls himself Joel Embiid, right? So here's A.J. Brown on with Kay Adams explaining why he scrubbed his Instagram account.
Are you happy where you are? And I think people are pointing to this because they saw you scrubbed your Instagram.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with football or, that's me just trying to grow as a person. I'm just trying to, block out any negativity that I can, as you see, as one of the reasons why.
All right. So he's just trying to grow as a person. Now, I know there's going to be, well, how come he didn't scrub everything else? How come he only scrubbed the Eagles? I don't know.
Probably because you commented, win a game,
Right.
bozo.
Right, exactly. Like, nice hands, feet. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't know. I don't make anything of it. He's basically telling you don't make anything of it.
I do have to say, in listening to this, as impressed as I was with the locker room scrum that he was able to assemble and how I thought he dealt with that, I do wish he sounded a little more prepared for are you upset with the Eagles conversation?
Yeah, because you knew that was coming.
Right.
I don't think it takes a PR person to.
Right. It's not
Tell
that
you.
It's not that I think he's going anywhere. It's just that the answers to these questions are not exactly the reassurance for those of you that have already, that your sanity was checked somewhere after the Seahawks game and you're still looking for it back. I don't think this is the interview session that is going to get you that sanity back.
All right, well, let's play those again. A.J. Brown, there was 2 clips about him. Let's play the first one. He was asked about the trade rumors. Oh, God,
Why does Twitter have this wild idea that you're getting traded?
I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't know.
I mean, have you heard anything about this? Is this like a media thing? Like, it's everywhere. I'm sure you've seen it.
I kind of been through this before. I'm a vet, I remain quiet, and if something happens, I'll be waiting by the phone, and not, then I'll be right here.
My problem with the question is, all right, Kay Adams says she's seen it everywhere. But what have you seen? And I'm sorry. I'm not, we do Monday morning quarterback. I'm doing Wednesday afternoon journalist. Like, you've seen it all over Twitter, but where have you seen it? All right. I know one thing was yesterday. I also know that there was the odds that were created by an offshore account that we like to have fun with, right? Like, there was the one, if Sirianni's fired, who's going to be head coach? And, like, Jason Kelsey had odds.
Better odds than Mike Kafka, which I still can't wrap my head around.
Yeah, it was funny. But, like, K, can I call you K?
You're both FanDuel.
Hey, we're basically on the same level playing field at FanDuel.
Now I think you lost me.
No.
You had me at FanDuel. You lost me at the same level.
What?
Promo code
Fanatic. Yeah, come on, man. We both have promo codes.
Both. You
We
guys
both
make
have
every
promo
moment
codes.
more.
I give bets online and
She
on
gives
the air.
boost.
Yeah, I don't get you right. I don't have
Yeah,
profit
you don't
boost
have the
yet.
K Adams boost.
I'm not there yet, but
Not
close.
there. Wait, we're gonna
Pretty
get you
close,
there.
Yeah,
Just you wait. We did have a winning bet, a winning parlay.
we did. That's what we do on the show. So she's got to ask. Like, I've seen it all over Twitter. But where have you seen it? She asked the question better the second time. Take a listen.
You have not heard anything. There's no actual rumblings about a trade. That's all. I want to just make that clear.
I'm not going to communicate. I'm not really just worried about any of that right
Okay.
now. So if it is, if it ain't, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, that wasn't the answer I was looking for. I thought you were going to say
I don't know.
absolutely
I don't
not.
know. I think you just got to be prepared. It's a business at the end of the day.
Well, you can make of that the way you will. I don't think he's demanding a trade. I don't think he's expecting to get traded. I think he's just like, yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens.
He's a veteran in this league.
He's a veteran in this league.
He's been
Now,
traded before.
I understand that he didn't do the whole, I love the Eagles, I'm a Philadelphia Eagle for life, blah, blah, blah. Now, was there anything on Hurts? I don't know if, I know Josh is working on it. I would be, once again, I'd be upset if there's no question about Hurts. Because you want to talk about these reports that aren't reports that he's going to get traded. Well, there's also a lot of speculation that he and Jalen Hurts aren't seeing eye to eye anymore. So I would appreciate if that was asked. And I'm not sure that it was. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anybody, like a lot of people were tweeting out, videos from it. I haven't seen anybody put out anything about him and Hurts. I'm a little disappointed. I'll be honest with you. 12 o'clock hour brought to us by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. Josh puts up on the board nothing specific about Hurts and talked about leadership stuff. So we'll play that for you coming up. But, wow, I'm disappointed that there wasn't anything about the speculation that he and Hurts aren't seeing eye to eye anymore. It's disappointing. All right. Why can't we have dynasties? Why haven't we had a dynasty here in Philadelphia since 2000? Would love for you to answer that question for me at 610-632-0975. We talked about that a little bit with Herm Edwards and a whole lot of other stuff earlier today when you joined the show. You can hear that again on 97.5thefanatic.com. But now, as I wait, we're about to go to the Comcast Business Hotline. We'll have this conversation with a man that I love talking to on a weekly basis from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. It's a Breen Day, Ray. We're joined now by the great Matt Breen. What up, Matt?
What's going on, Andrew? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's now reached the time of the news cycle where it's speculation and it's get creative with topics, not as much reaction to some of the things. We will get to reacting to a few things like Joel Embiid last night, but I want to talk to you about today's topic that we started the show off with, and it's about dynasties. And I know it's hard. Okay, I'm not like, just do what they're doing. How come we don't have a dynasty? But I want to ask you, Matt, over the years, since let's say 2000, we've seen a lot of successful franchises here in Philadelphia. The Eagles have been successful 3 times now, you can make the case. The Phillies have been successful twice. They did win a World Series. The Sixers have had success. The Flyers have been up and down. What has been some of the main reasons why we haven't seen that sustained success where it has led to the dynasty conversation in Philadelphia?
It's a great question because I think the Phillies was they weren't dynasties, but the closest we're going to get to dynasty was that Phillies era and the Andy Reid Eagles era, and it makes me think, like, as I'm just talking this out with you, is it the patience with a head coach or manager? You look at Charlie Manuel's first hired in 05, 06. Easily could have been fired before 07, or if they don't win it, if they don't make the playoffs in 07,
right,
could have been fired. They stick with them, and then you reap the rewards of that run. Same thing with Andy Reid. Getting to now in the modern day NFL, it's not insane that a head coach gets fired after losing 2 straight NFC Championship games. But you stick with him. You get to a Super Bowl, you get to another NFC Championship game. So I think that's probably, but that they had consistency between a general manager and a head coach. Those 2 errors were defined by the same guys having patience with people, sticking through it, and reaping the rewards. And that sounds like I'm saying, well, that you just need to stick with people and have patience, and you're going to benefit from it. Not always the case. You have to know when to have patience and when not to have patience. But I think that's and good drafting. They had great. You drafted Donovan McNabb over Ricky Williams, and the Phillies drafted a core of borderline Hall of Fame players. So it's a really good roster construction and having the right manager coach in place.
Now, I want to ask you about this current Eagles team. Obviously, you say sticking with guys could be one of those reasons. So they did decide to stick with Nick Sirianni. They did get to a Super Bowl with him. They could potentially get back at some point if they can fix this roster, specifically this defense. But there was a report out of Boston yesterday, Matt. I don't know if you saw this. It's actually our sister station in Boston, 98.5, the Sports Hub. They had a guy named Bedard, I forget his first name, who covers the Patriots, has covered the Patriots for a while. And he started talking about Belichick and how there was some back channeling between the Eagles and Belichick. And the Eagles were interested in Belichick if Sirianni wasn't on the same page about the coordinators. What do you make of the fact that it seems like Sirianni's still here because he said, yes, sir?
I think like we were waiting, for the white smoke from Novacare, right, when he was meeting with Jeffrey Lurie. So yeah. I think I'm sure Jeffrey Lurie did not go into that meeting without having a plan of what if I'm not happy with Sirianni, I'm going to pivot to who. And Belichick, to me, was the obvious pivot if you were going to pivot to somebody. So I wouldn't, not that I have any idea if that report's true or not, but it sounds believable to me that they.
Well, to me, that's a problem. Like it seems like they weren't keen on bringing back Sirianni unless he agreed to what they wanted to do, right? Like I had Jeff McClain on yesterday, also of the Inquirer, and he said right away, Vic Fangio, first choice, Kellen Moore, first choice. Adam Schefter was on this morning with the John Kincaid Show. Vic Fangio, first choice. Kellen Moore, first choice. I don't believe it was Nick Sirianni's first choice.
Yeah, it might not have been. It might have been. But, I mean, I think to Sirianni to interview for his job is strange. Like that is where the problem more is than whose choice it was. I just think it's that you're already walking yourself into a situation next season if you get off to a slow start, or if they make the playoffs next year and lose in the wild card round. Like, I think you're already putting the head coach out there
right
on a limb. So it was very weird. I do like the coordinators they hired. We talked about this last week. I like that. Was it Nick Sirianni's decision? I don't know. But it's believable that at least the defensive coordinator was the first choice.
But I'm not necessarily caring whether it's his decision or not. It's just when I see this rumor, I'll say that the Eagles were in on Belichick if Sirianni didn't agree. Like if Sirianni stood his ground like the way Doug Peterson did back in 2020, right? And he said, no, Brian Johnson's my guy and Sean Desai's my guy, even though we know that it's not the case. But because he said yes, it's like, oh, then you can come back. And we'll kick the can down the road with Belichick another time.
Yeah, or did he say yes, or did he say he came in with that was his plan?
Right, that's what we're not sure of.
You would hope, and I think he's a smart enough guy that he knew he had to change. Obviously, the defensive coordinator was already fired, so that was like a newsflash. They fired Sean Desai. It's like, yeah, we know that. But I think he also is smart enough to know that he had to change the offense, and that the offense was a problem. And I think he knew for himself too, to keep his job, that he knew what that was. Where Doug Peterson went in that meeting as a Super Bowl champion already, so it's a little bit easier to be stubborn or to stick to your guns when you have that in your pocket. Where Nick Sirianni understands probably how to read the room and what's expected, and also what needs for his team to be better. So I would guess it was his choice to move on there.
Okay. Now, Sixers news yesterday. Obviously, we watched the game. Embiid has Kuminga fall on his leg. I want to say this. I said it in the beginning of the show. I want to say it one more time. I don't think that injury occurred because he was playing on the injured knee. I think a 200-pound NBA player falling on your knee is why that happened. But your thoughts on Embiid playing to begin with, and now there's a report from The Athletic that he may have forced himself on the court because of the outside noise. If that's the case, and you're the franchise, you gotta shut that down.
For sure. I mean, he can't be in charge of himself playing. That's why you have medical staff and coaches. So you would hope that's not the case. But yeah, I just think the noise, the outside noise, is just maximized by these stupid rules about playing games to get awards and bonuses, and it's nonsensical. It's just I didn't even realize that passed until like early this season when he missed a couple games.
Right, the 65 games, yeah.
Yeah, that is such an idiotic thing that they allowed that to happen. So, and it's just, but I agree with you that I don't think this injury was related to his other injury. If you fall like that awkwardly, even if he was perfectly healthy before that, he's going to
that might have something may
It
lead
hurt.
to that. Right, exactly.
And now you just hold your breath and you hope that this has the markings of like a special team. And but obviously it's one injury away, and you can't hold your breath every time he falls down because you know how special he is. So you gotta wait for this to make sure it's not a serious injury.
Right. All right. Now, before we let you go, I do want to play 2 clips for you, Matt. So we've all been waiting to hear what A.J. Brown had to say on the Up and Adams show, Kay Adams of the FanDuel Network. And I don't really like the questioning. You might agree with me here, but they were talking about the trade speculation, even though not one single reporter has said anything. It's been offshore betting accounts that put odds out there if A.J. Brown were traded. Here's Kay asking the question and A.J. Brown's response.
Why does Twitter have this wild idea that you're getting traded?
I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't know.
I mean, have you heard anything about this? Is this like a media thing? Like, where is it's everywhere? I'm sure you've seen it.
I kind of been through this before. I'm a vet, I remain quiet, and if something happens, I'll be waiting by the phone, and not, then I'll be right here.
Now, again, there are no reports. It's just offshore betting accounts and stuff like that. But I guess you could say there's smoke, and start with the A.J. Brown scrubbing the account. Did that sound like a man who thinks he's going to get traded?
No, I think that was just a guy who obviously is aware of, like you said, like the scuttlebutt, because I don't want to call them even reports either.
Right.
And it's like, this is why he referenced something like this when he did that scrum in his locker. It was tweets. I think it was like tweets that were questioning that he was the anonymous source for that one report. And it was like, he said, this is like why I don't talk to them, or something about the media, like blaming the media. And it's like, this is why players blame the media, because people go to these with these like phony things and ask them about them, and then like kind of pin it on like, well, this is like what the media is saying about you, that you're going to get traded. It's like
nobody's saying that.
Yeah, no one's saying that. That's but now they are. So now it's a rumor, and now it's a thing that he has to talk about. So A.J. Brown is not getting traded. 100 catches last year, new offensive coordinator. Like that's what you want to work with. You want to work with that.
And by the way, $42 million dead cap hit, which is something nobody brings up either.
I mean, if he forces his hand and says, I want out, that's a different story. But it would be bizarre if the Eagles went that was their plan of attack this offseason, was to dump a guy like that.
Right.
Where you're reimagining this offense. You want to do it with one of the best wide receivers in football.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Matt, what do we got coming up on the Inquirer? The Craig Reynolds story was amazing, by the way. You teased it last week when you were on with us. Local kid. It's unfortunate that the Lions blew that second half, and now we have to watch the 49ers. But it was an awesome story. I appreciate you writing it. So what's next on the Inquirer for you?
Yeah, they would have been in the Super Bowl if they kicked a field goal, but that's another story. The Phillies City Connect hats, like City Connect uniforms, supposedly leaked today, and they're absolutely horrendous. But so this is a story I was going to write in April. Now I'm thinking about just doing it now. Was that in '94? A lot of people remember they wore these blue hats. And I knew the players hated these blue hats, but now I'm looking through our archives. Like, I didn't realize how much they hated these hats. And they had these closed-door meetings. They revolted. They protested it to the front. They tried to wear the red hats. Lenny Dykstra went on Jay Leno and threw them in a shredder on the Tonight Show. So it was like this huge thing. They hated these blue hats and became this big issue. So it's like, you think you hate these hats now, 30 years ago, they hated these hats. They hated these uniforms even more. So
interesting.
We'll see. I'm going to start calling guys today on that, and we'll get that going.
That's awesome. I love that. I can't wait to read it. They weren't appealing to the eyes, I'll say. And I love the Phillies. I think they hit basically everything out of the park with a lot of things. I'm not the biggest fan of the jersey.
Not this one. Let's hope they're fake so that they can be better.
Yeah, that would be nice. Just like fake reports about A.J. Brown getting traded, right?
Yeah,
let's just hope that it's fake. Matt, listen, man, I appreciate it. Always enjoy our conversation on Wednesdays, and I can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Thanks, Andrew. Take care, man.
You too. There he is, Matt Breen of the Inquirer, Inquirer.com on a Breen Day here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, so we got an hour and change left. More reaction to this A.J. Brown stuff. There's a question about leadership and whether or not the Eagles can maintain the quality of leadership they had with Jason Kelce and some of the other players that may be on their way out, like Fletcher Cox, who Jeff McClain said on the show yesterday seems to be on his way out. So we have that, and Devontae Smith talked about Nick Sirianni, who's been a major topic of conversation. I will, in case you were just tuning in and you heard me bring up this report to Matt coming out of Boston, I will tell you what that report is once again, because to me it's troubling. Very troubling. We'll talk about that next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An MRI for Embiid's knee. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Regency Furniture. Affordable never looked so good. It's Regency Furniture's biggest winter super sale. Get 60 months, no interest financing with no money down, not a cent out of pocket today.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
12:51 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Got a lot going on the show today. It's been filled with good conversation, which I appreciate. And it was another kind of open-ended conversation like we had yesterday. Yesterday, we talked about what makes a good coach. Well, today, I'm trying to figure out why we haven't seen a dynasty in Philadelphia since like 2000, right? And I want real answers. I want real answers from you on the phones at 610-632-0975 and on social media as well. Answers that I don't necessarily want to hear, even though I might agree with you, cursed, right? I may agree with you that we're cursed. You know, I believe in that stuff. But I don't want that.
What would the curse be?
You have a generational talent in Joel Embiid who's hurt often.
No. The genesis of the curse.
Oh, what was
Because if we're
started it?
cursed, there has to be a genesis of
the process was a middle finger to the NBA gods.
Nah, all right. Well,
Even though other teams have done it.
Yeah. Not going to wish injury upon people, so I'm not going to start naming names of teams that have done it and say that, at their health. But
Eagles, I guess would be, you could make the case doing Doug P. dirty after winning your Super Bowl.
I think the Eagles is an easy one. You just sold your soul.
Okay, yeah,
that one just feels, that one, I can accept that one.
How can you sell your soul against the devil? Because they beat Hoodie and Tom Brady.
Did you sell your soul to?
No, their soul, they already did that. Their souls have been long gone.
So did we sell our souls to something even worse?
Maybe. Something worse than the devil, right? What are you telling me?
I don't know. Like,
I haven't hit the pen yet. What do we got?
Listen, man. This is just two guys having a conversation here.
Flyers. I don't know what the curse would have been. I mean, there's the obvious unfortunate event of Pelle Lindbergh and everything that happened afterward, but it's nobody did that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that wasn't a thing that fans did. And then the Phillies, I don't think there was one. I think it was just bad drafts and very poor execution for 10 years. Now it's great. I mean, they're legitimate contenders every single year.
Yeah. As for the team, I thought you meant drafting wise. I was like, we think it's great.
Yeah.
A lot of blue chip, a lot of high level, can't miss.
Now it's funny to me. All right. So let's see here. We have 22 responses to the question where you ask, what's kept the city of Philadelphia from enjoying a dynasty in any sport? And I appreciate everybody who has answered. Even if you've answered with the nonsense, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people have said. The media. Hey, come on, guys.
Hey, we're
Seriously.
polling pretty strong here. It's over
we're doing well.
25% people
Yeah,
claim it.
yeah.
I just want to imagine someone like you. We do the whole like alien thing. We're like aliens come in from another time. We explain sports to them. We go through the whole thing. And then ultimately, when they continue to ask their million questions that I assume they'll ask, otherwise,
As they should.
They should. They should get to know us. You say, what's stopping you guys from your happiness in sports? What's stopping you guys from getting those championships? And I want you to try and explain to someone who doesn't understand what's happening. Point at the two of us.
Yeah, the dude's on the radio.
Point at the two of us and say the two of us are the issue.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange to me. How that's an answer for people. Christopher D'Angelo checks in with the city is toxic. Now that could be media. That could also be a result of fans.
Reading a lot of Bill Barnwell.
But here's the deal. Like, let's logically think about this for a second, because the media thing I think is completely ridiculous. All right, it's the guy that's in the middle. I know I'm technically media, but I'm a fan too. So like I'm in the middle. Right?
Oh, so you're actually to blame for both.
Yeah,
You're the fan and the media guy.
You're right.
So no,
put the shining bright light on me.
It's just Tunis's fault. You guys are right.
Let's run through the teams that we thought had a chance. Right. The Eagles won a Super Bowl. This is the new norm, right? Was it the media's fault that eventually that era of Eagles football came to a crashing halt Or was it Carson Wentz had injuries, clearly a poor attitude, which bled into the locker room? Howie Roseman, I think, has become a much better GM / president of football operations, but at the time, smartest man in the room syndrome. We've read the article by the evil media that Howie Roseman likes to manipulate the media. So if we're talking about media, well, and there's a guy that clearly manipulates it, then I don't know. Or is it the media's fault? I would think it's the stuff that dealt with the team itself. Doug Peterson not wanting to change his coordinators, all that kind of stuff. All right. The Phillies. They win the World Series in 2008. They never won another one. To me, I believe you have to win 2 championships and be successful for a course of, let's say, 5 years to be considered a dynasty, right? Did the Phillies not win another World Series because of the media? Or because maybe the Yankees were just the better team in 2009? There were a couple blown leads. Cole Hamels did not have as good of a season, to which he admitted himself to the media that he kind of took a year off.
Wanted the season to end.
Wanted the season to end. Or was that the media's fault? The Sixers. Where do I begin?
Yeah, I honestly, just say the Sixers, period. I don't think we need to go much deeper into that one.
Ben Simmons is a mess. Markelle Fultz is a mess. Jimmy Butler's here for a cup of coffee. Tobias Harris, max contract. Al Horford, Josh Richardson, or the media.
Just gave me a great idea for a brand.
What's that?
Butler selling all that coffee. He should name one of the whatever he's selling, the Sixers, because he literally was here for a cup of coffee.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
And we'll keep that one.
You could be a market manager.
I could. It would be better if he came back.
The Flyers. Well, you all bitch that we don't talk enough about the Flyers. So, how could it be us? We don't even talk about them. That's my, when people are, I'm sure those are legitimate responses. I don't think they're just doing it to be, I'm going to show Chunas. People truly believe that the big, bad media is the reason why there's no success in this city. And I know that could be maybe a crutch to fall onto when you're angry and you want to lash out on somebody, right? But I don't understand how that could be the case.
Well, yeah, I mean,
the Eagles went from 10-1 to 11-6 because of the media.
If the players are heroes, there has to be a villain,
I guess.
And if you also believe in the coaches, you also believe in the front office. If you blindly believe in the organization and you don't accept any doubt from anyone that's not yourself, then anyone else that doubts them becomes a villain.
Yeah, I guess.
That's what our role is for some people. We are is that soundbite at the beginning of some package about someone's success. To certain people, that's what our purpose serves.
Yeah.
Where you hear our voice at the beginning of the 2-minute montage of success of, there's no way they're going to win this year.
Never going to win, right?
Yeah. That's for some people.
Somebody's already working on that for Kansas City, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. I actually don't pull tape on a lot of us.
Now, Jamal Hutchinson checks in with a legitimate answer, and I appreciate it. Philosophy and coaching consistency is why we haven't had a dynasty in Philly. Imagine if coordinators were required to serve 5 years as a coordinator before becoming a head coach. Some are cut out to be a coach and some aren't. Now, here's where I'll disagree with you on the 5-year thing. I agree with you on the consistency thing and philosophies and whatnot. Andy Reid's lost coordinators. Bill Belichick has a tree. So does Andy. But they lose their coordinators all the time. And yet they kept on winning. I think one thing that we haven't heard as an answer, because there's the low-hanging fruit of media, and then there's a couple of answers I just didn't agree with. Like when my man Q checked in with generation. We haven't had that generational talent. There's very talented players in this city. All right, MVP on the basketball team, MVP on the baseball team, runner-up for Cy Young on the baseball team, 2 runners-up for Cy Youngs on the baseball team, and Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola. Runner-up for MVP in the NFL with Jalen Hurts. A wide receiver who we're comparing to Terrell Owens, right? There's a lot of talent in this city. One thing that I haven't heard mentioned yet, and Bob said it on the morning show. I didn't want to repeat it because I was thinking somebody would bring it up. Is culture. which is a big one. Now, I don't think like the Sixers have a bad culture, but there is talk about the Heat culture, right? Like it's you got Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, right? Like the Heat culture is a real deal. I found something interesting. Did you see what Terry Rozier had to say? I know I'm coming out of left field here. Terry Rozier's now with the Miami Heat.
Yes.
He recently got traded there. His first game, I think they may have lost, but his very first game was, man, it's different down here when you lose. When you're in Charlotte and you lose, it's whatever. You know, it's another day.
Yeah.
You lose in Miami, it's different. Now, I'm not necessarily meaning the fans, because you know how the fans show up at halftime. I'm talking about the organizational culture. The Heat culture is real.
So I believe the culture is real. I don't know if I take it from a guy that came from Charlotte. You know, like I don't know, like losing in Charlotte versus losing anywhere else.
All right, it could be any team that doesn't have consistent winning. Like that's why I don't think the Sixers have bad culture, because they do win consistently. They're in the playoffs every single year. They're a perennial 50-win team. But there might be something deeper in Miami, which is why they could be an 8th seed and go on a run and get to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, no, they have a stronger culture than what you have here.
Right, and that is true. I don't think
that's something.
I don't think I'm saying anything disrespectful toward the Sixers. There's something that's going on. There's something that goes on in Miami. It's a lot different. And I think culture can also just be surrounding who is running the show, like a Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra. Andy Reid. I don't think it was necessarily the culture of Kansas City that led to this dynasty. It's probably what surrounds Andy Reid and his leadership and his culture inside the locker room. When 14 years here in Philadelphia, he gets the 5 NFC championship games, 4 straight. And now, obviously, unfortunately, it sucks that they didn't win a Super Bowl with him here, right? But he's won multiple now in Kansas City. He's back in another one. And I don't know what that culture is here in Philadelphia with the Eagles. Is there a strong culture? I think sometimes with the players there are, right? Like the 2017-18 was magical with Kelsey and Lane Johnson and Fletcher Cox, and Malcolm Jenkins was a big part of that, right? Doug Peterson, great players coach, which I believe Nick Sirianni still is in terms of the players coach thing. But it's not sustained. We were just talking about firing the head coach again. I think that is a big one. Now, speaking of leadership, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith spoke with Kay Adams earlier today. We've been playing some clips through it, obviously talking about the trade speculation, all that kind of stuff. Well, one of the questions I thought was an interesting question was about the future of the leadership inside the locker room at NovaCare. Now that Jason Kelsey seems to be retiring, Fletcher Cox seems to be retiring, you might have BG back for another year if the Eagles agree to bring him back for that swan song season. Here's A.J. Brown talking about the future of leadership inside NovaCare.
AJ, who would take over for Jason being the captain then in the locker room?
I think it'll be a group effort, man. I don't think one person can just easily just take over, man. He's done a tremendous job, and he's a great leader, great person. I think, or if he does return, we're gonna miss the person most importantly.
All right, so that's great. I saw when Josh first put it up on the board, he said no mention of Hurts. Well, he didn't mention anybody, so it's not like he didn't even say it himself. He said, group effort. I didn't take anything out of that.
No, I think part of
it's got to be a group effort.
Yeah, we've talked. Leadership group is always the word that comes up, like always the phrasing we use.
Right.
It's Jason Kelsey is a leader, but we always refer to Kelsey as being a part of that leadership group.
Right.
It's going to take a group to and that's going back to the dynasty, sustained success. Over time. Now, I don't. From Brady's first year to Brady's last year in New England. No, there's not a lot of teammates that stick around for that long of a time. But to have a dynasty, you don't need that long of a time. You do need mainstays.
Right.
And mainstays help build that culture, help build that leadership.
Right. So now the question is, who does take over the Jason Kelsey? Because that is a big voice.
And that's
lost.
Something that when we talk about, we had the disconnect conversation with Jeff McClain when Jeff McClain came on about older guys versus younger guys. Who exactly is heeding the message of the older guys, and who's also stepping into the role that looked like the older guys want to. I think A.J. Brown himself, from what we've gotten from like the peripherals, from outside of the conversation surrounding A.J. Brown, seems like someone that's trying to step into that.
I will say, even though I didn't have a problem with him not speaking to the media when he tells us eventually why say something when I have nothing nice to say? It's only going to add fuel to the fire, right? If I'm being honest here, as a captain and as a leader, you do have to start taking the brunt of those questions. Like, that is a part of the job, right? You could say nothing. You can be – Jalen Hurts says nothing. He doesn't say anything. He just speaks, these Hallmark cards.
Leading back to, again, the conversations we were having during the season, and I think it was Tim McMahon's talking about that that players-only meeting, whatever, before the Giants Christmas Day game.
Yeah.
And about, like, the messaging, what they were trying to get across.
Trust the coaches.
Well, trust the coaches was Jay Glazer at the end of the season.
Okay.
At that time, they were doing the us versus everyone.
Okay.
And like, it's not that I think it was the right messaging at the right time, or that I agree with the messaging, or that he should not talk to the media because it's the media against him. If he really didn't feel like he had anything nice to say, and he gave a message of, hey, it's about the people in this room, not about the people outside of this room. If he felt like there was no need to give anything outside this room, and that was part of what went into the messaging,
right?
I can see how he justifies that to himself. It's
right.
not me saying that I think that line of thinking is correct.
But somebody's going to have to talk. Look, Jason Kelce talked all the time. After a game, it's Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, like by rule, right? Jason Kelce would sit down at a podium every single week. I'm not even talking about his locker. I'm saying at the podium every single week. There's going to be the guy that's going to have to take that. Now, I'm not saying it has to be A.J. Brown, but there might be time for it. Like Lane Johnson doesn't talk all that much, right? And he's a captain, right? So it's not like it would be unfair for me to say, well, then A.J. Brown has to do it. But there is going to have to be somebody who takes over, and that's a big voice. Now, who is it? Is it A.J. Brown? Is it Lane Johnson? I don't know if it's Darius Slay. He rips his own teammates on his podcast. I don't know if it could be him.
Also, for the conversation of what we've gotten into this year, we've also talked. There was I don't know if it was the San Liquido story, or if I think it was when talking about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
relying on A.J. Brown, who was the more vocal of the two of them. Like Hurts and A.J. Brown might see their relationship as Hurts is the one at the podium, doing the. Standard,
yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
Brown's the one that has to,
He's the one that's in the locker room giving that
right.
conversation. And, listen, again, not that these are the correct things, but you're trying to find, when you start picking apart this, and this is also part of off-season conversation when we talk about leadership, what stylistically are they trying to bring to the table? What's the justification in their minds, and how do we perceive what's going on in there right now?
Right, exactly.
That's me trying to get into the brain of all of them, and that's
good
a
luck.
Scary place because I barely know what's going on in my own brain most of the time.
Now, part of the leadership is also still the head coach. So we've played nothing but A.J. Brown because, let's face it, we've all been waiting to see what A.J. Brown had to say. But Devontae Smith did talk about Nick Sirianni and how he didn't lose the locker room.
A lot of people are saying Coach Sirianni lost the team. What would you say to that?
No, I don't think he lost the team. I think we just had some things that we needed to adjust to, and we just didn't do that well as a team. I don't think he lost the team at all.
So he does admit that they didn't adjust.
He caught himself as a team.
Yeah. Nick Sirianni probably shouldn't have come back because they didn't make an adjustment. To me, that's gonna be one of the things I will never understand. I will never understand the final 5 minutes of Game 6 when they just completely went away from Joel Embiid. I'll never understand that for the rest of my life. Never. Ever, ever, ever. Joel Embiid could be having the worst game of his life. He's the best player on that team. I will never understand it. And that's three people to blame. Harden with the ball in his hand, Doc, the head coach, and the big man not demanding the ball, right? And by the way, still no word on Joel Embiid. So we'll keep you posted on that. If we don't get anything, it'll happen during the best show ever because they're on the West Coast still. I'll never understand that. And then I will never understand how in the final 2 months of the season, when you saw the writing on the wall, that what was happening or what you were doing was no longer working, right? And losses to San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, barely pulling out a win against the Giants. When you see those things happen, how do you, as the head coach of the football team, the mastermind of the offense, the guy who admits during his end-of-season press conference that the offense went stale, how did you not make any sort of adjustment. Coaches all the time, sometimes scheme for the opponent they're about to play. They just ran the same thing for 2 months. Devontae Smith kind of admits that, saying, we didn't adjust at times when we had to. Jalen Hurts during the season says we can't keep practicing the same thing and expect different results. Sidney Brown said something similar. That's astonishing to me. The report out of Boston. I meant to remind you of it during the segment. I will remind you next segment. There's a report out of Boston that ticked me off last night. And ticked me off during the show talking about it. The conversation of why we haven't had dynasties, well, sometimes it could just be sustainability, or sometimes it could be the wrong people at the head of the job, like the head coach of a football team. Well, it seemed like the Eagles may have thought twice about bringing back Nick Sirianni, and that there was a guy available, but they decided to stick with the guy because he said, yes, sir. I'll tell you all about that next as we enter the final segment on today's Midday Show right here.
97.5thefanatic.com.
1:20 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas. 1 o'clock hour brought to us by Ferguson HVAC, Lyon Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, supplies for your heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester today. There's another clip from the Up and Adams show that I would like you to find about Kellen Moore. If you can grab that one for me, Ray, if Josh is still working on it in the back. They are doing it. A.J. Brown's doing a media tour. So I told you, he spoke with Chris Franklin of NJ.com earlier today. And, you know, I'm trying to say this as professionally as possible. Chris Franklin did an actual reporting interview kind of deal. You know what I mean? He talked about the changes in the coaching staff. Now it's different. He is here. Chris Franklin's here every day. And he talked about next season, as a captain. And A.J. Brown said, we will continue to get better each day, pushing people around us and ourselves to reach another level. We're demanding it from everyone around us. To me, that sounds like, all right, he's ready to come back next year, be better, team be better, be back as a captain, blah, blah, blah. Then you get, Kay Adams, who was bringing up the speculation, no reporting, but speculation about the trades, and he gives the answer of, I'll be waiting by my phone, depending on what the situation is. So he also was on a Sports Illustrated podcast. So he wasn't just on with Kay Adams and Chris Franklin. He also joined a guy named Robin Lundberg, who does stuff with Sports Illustrated. And he gave the exact same answer he gave Kay Adams. I'm a vet. I've been through this before. So I think he was rehearsed, right? Because you were saying earlier that, maybe you wish you had better answers prepared. He gave the exact same answer to Robin Lundberg as he did Kay Adams. I'm a vet. I've been through this before. I'll wait for the phone call to see what happens. Robin then followed up and said, are you prepared? You're prepared, obviously, to be catching passes with the Eagles next season. To which he responded with, I'm prepared to focus on my family at home and get better in the offseason than just see where this things go. It's chatter, though. Chatter. No reporting. No nothing. I'm not making this of A.J. Brown's trying to get traded. He's going to get traded. I almost feel like I've talked too much about it today.
I'm not making it that either. I don't want to make it that. I'm just saying that if they wanted to avoid making it something, the coaching of the answer could have been a different answer. I'm not going to make something of it. I'm not sitting here telling you I believe. I'm telling you, if I were in charge, if I were the one running PR here for whether it be A.J. Brown's side, whether it be the Birds side, whoever coaches you
would have told him to squash it.
I would not have. That would not be the answer I would have coached up. That's all I'm saying. And it's not saying that I think, how dare A.J. Brown say this, or he wants out, or how dare the PR. It's not the answer I would have coached up. I would have coached up a different answer or written up a different answer to that question than I'm a vet. I've been through this before. Are you focused on catching passes for the Eagles? I'm focused on my family. That to me, because you open up the world of possibility where that answer is
where people who are already worried are going to start spiraling out of control.
People who are already worried, who aren't going to click through the paywall, who are going to see Dov Kleiman tweet out, he said, are you focused on catching passes for the Eagles?
Eyeball emoji.
I'm focused on my family. Yeah. Is there an issue in Philadelphia? Let me cash my check from Twitter, because now I've got a check mark and now I get money from Elon Musk and this aggregator thing works and I'm destroying everything about journalism and really becoming a source of pure stupidity online.
Yes.
That is more what I would be thinking about. I don't know if that's necessarily went through the minds of whoever coached up the answer there, but that's what's going through my mind of it's going to end up permeating a section of the fan base who's not going to be media literate about it and instead just going to see, I'm focused on my family, or, I'm a vet, I've been through this before, and accept that as the reality of, he wants out.
Right.
Because people look for in answers what they already believe. And people that believe he's gone and people that want to continue this conversation and continue this.
I was telling you about my man's been tweeting me ever since it kind of started about, whether or not he might be trying to get out. And he was saying, does this sound like somebody that still wants to be here? That was my man Mike, only Fanatic on Twitter.
That's
because he's been that way from the beginning. He does not think he's going to be back here next year ever since the scrubbing of the Instagram account.
and people that don't live this day to day, by the way, that only consume Philadelphia content through Ari Myrov, Sports Update, and whatever the that they got out there.
They might be jumping to a conclusion just based off of that response.
Right. And then you're going to get the next show that they show up on. You know, if A.J. Brown's going on a media tour and he shows up on First Take this week, you think it's going to be, hey, what's it like playing with shit? No, it's going to be, so what's up with you in Philadelphia?
Yeah,
and if this is his answer and he says that on national TV, you'll see it on SportsCenter at 6 o'clock. You'll see it on, you won't see it on Fox Sports 1 because it's a different network, but you'll hear them talk about it, allude to it, Right. It'll be something that's brought up consistently, and that's where this spirals out of control. That's why it's not the answer I would coach up.
No, I appreciate today. Because today's, obviously, we had the topic about the dynasties. It's also been a great day of reaction. Because we've had a lot of the Kay Adams stuff, and I'll play you. Do we have that clip about Kellen Moore? Are we working on it? All right, when we get that, we'll play it for you. Because I saw somebody tweet about saying, wow, they must have really hated Brian Johnson based off the response. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. And I know we always look for things that we're looking for. So we'll see if that's actually how it comes across. I would love to hear it myself. But not only do we have the Kay Adams stuff to respond to, we're going to play you something from Draymond Green momentarily, but the latest New Heights pod has dropped between Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce, and they got into the altercation at midfield. Patrick Mahomes and Justin Tucker. Travis Kelce did not hold back, Ray. Quote, this is about Tucker. If you want to be a bleeping D about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your bleeping kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up. Don't paint me as the bad guy. He was poking the bear. So Travis Kelce letting the world know that he wasn't just being the big bad wolf walking over there and messing with Tucker. Apparently Tucker was out of line where he's at. I respect Justin Tucker, the kicker, to do it. Showed more stones than anybody on Baltimore that night, except for the defense. The entire defense was tremendous. Cool, man.
I mean, this was a really dumb beef. This is a really, really stupid.
It was hilarious when they were throwing his stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how you paint yourself.
Mahomes throws a pass and kicks the tee.
I don't know how you paint yourself the good guy after going after someone's kicking equipment.
It's ridiculous either way. All right, so I mentioned Draymond Green. So Sixers obviously played the Warriors last night, and they played Draymond Green, and Draymond Green has a podcast. So we still don't have word on Joel Embiid and the MRI that he'll be getting today. So we will find out at some point during the best show ever, it looks like, what the status is of Joel Embiid. Now, I read you a tweet earlier today. It was a part of the article from Sam Amick. Sam Amick covers the NBA for The Athletic. And he said something about Joel Embiid and what there are people inside the building thinking. And he says people within the Sixers organization believe Joel Embiid forced himself to play through injuries due to the scrutiny he received in recent days. Quote, you could see it long before he was hurt against the Warriors. Embiid, who missed Philadelphia's game at Portland on Monday night, looked like a player who pushed himself to play against Golden State because the whole basketball world was screaming in his ear. There are people within the Sixers who are convinced that he played only because of all the scrutiny. And the scrutiny surrounds that 65-game rule where you have to play in 65 games to be eligible to win season awards like the MVP. And obviously there's also just the national media stuff of Joel Embiid soft, and not just national, local fans, right? I know the big bad media in Philadelphia is the reason why there hasn't been a dynasty. There are Sixers fans that hate Joel Embiid for whatever reason. And, I felt bad. My man Michael earlier today was talking about his MVP ticket that he has for Joel Embiid. And, he's very upset with the fact that Joel Embiid might not be eligible to even win MVP. And that ticket's going to have to go in the trash. And that absolutely sucks. So Joel Embiid, there's that report from Sam Amick. And it's been a weird timeline. Before the 70-point game, remember Ramona Shelburne put out that report, it was on the Wojnarowski podcast, that he was dealing with the similar knee issue that he dealt with the playoffs last year that normally would be like a 4 to 6 week injury, but he was playing through it. And then she went back to social media a couple days later and clarified her report and said that wasn't the case. It's been odd with this lingering knee issue for Joel Embiid. Now, Joel Embiid's always had knee issues, right? When you're playing at that height, when you attack the basket that he does, when he falls and lands on people's feet and all kinds of stuff, clearly he's going to be banged up. There is nothing new to this, right? But now there's the talk about him potentially pushing through pain to reach 65 games or to limit the scrutiny that he's been getting. So here's Draymond Green on his podcast. This is now after the game. This is now after the report that Sam Amick puts out there about his thoughts on the 65-game rule. But take a listen to what Draymond Green said about Joel Embiid.
Joel playing tonight felt very much so because of the 65-game limit. Well, I think it's actually quite bull. Guys didn't face those rules before. But those same all-NBA teams, those same MVP awards lists, Defensive Player of the Year, those lists are the same. I once lost a Defensive Player of the Year award to Kawhi Leonard, and I think he played 51 games. In turn, you get Joel, who comes out there tonight, and he forces it. And Freak played with him and J.K. diving for the ball, but maybe it's not as bad if the knee isn't already banged up. I don't really bang with it. And now we got one of our premier faces in this league, the MVP of our league, possibly hurt for an extended period of time because he's forcing it.
Now, once again, I don't buy that Kuminga falling on his leg and him being hurt and needing an MRI is because he was already dealing with a knee injury. It may be worse because of it. I don't know, but I think if anybody, let me see. Let me check the measurables here. Right. So Jonathan Kuminga. He is 6'7". Let's see if his weight's listed. 6'7", 210. If anybody who is 6'7" or 6'8", according to Basketball Reference, and 210 pounds falls on your knee and it goes in the opposite direction than what it should be, I think that's going to hurt anybody, even with the most of healthy knees in the world. Correct?
I'd say so.
Yeah, I would think so. So I don't agree with Draymond there or anybody speculating like, oh my God, he shouldn't have been out there. Look what happened because of it. Now, if you want to make the case that he shouldn't have been out there, period, that's fine. And that's clearly what we're getting out of these reports is that it seems like he's forcing it. Draymond Green saying he's forcing it. Sam Amick saying he's forcing it. But then that leaves the question of, somebody's got to tell him to stop.
So wait, where's the fork in the road for you here? Like we were talking about, you shouldn't be out there. Like I don't think he should have been out there last night.
No, I don't think he should have been out there. I don't think he should have been out there. Period. Yeah.
From like watching him early in that game, he did not look like Joel Embiid at all in that game.
Right. He should not have been out there. Period. No, yeah. I mean it's not even a fork in the road. I'm just saying like people were talking about that he's forcing it out there. To me, it's then the organization has to come down on this. Like they themselves have to say something.
Right, which is the weird thing about if you as an organization felt so strongly that when he says he doesn't want to be on the injury report for the Nuggets, again, that reportedly that's where this went. He didn't want to be on the injury report. He ends up 15 minutes before the game being ruled out because they watched him go through warm-ups and, he could barely jump. They didn't like his mobility. They held him out, and he wanted to play, but they didn't let him. If you did that in Denver a few nights ago, and I can't imagine, obviously, we were not there for warm-up. I didn't see him warm up. I didn't see what it was. I can't imagine it looked pretty, given the way it looked out there on the floor.
Of course, right away, it's, he's ducking Jokic in the altitude.
Well, no, I mean, now, last night with the Warriors. Okay, I can't imagine the warm-up last night
looked any better.
Looks like, I guess he was able to get cleared because he was questionable going into the game, and it was enough to get him cleared. I don't know how you watch him go through that game and you feel at all comfortable with the decision to play him. And I also don't understand, like it's January. Like we're talking about bigger goals here. I get it. The Knicks are hot. I get it. The Cavs look like they've pulled something together here.
Yeah, after starting the season off terribly.
But what's your priority here? Like what is your I can't really justify this one. I get it. You're on TNT again.
Yeah, you might drop to the 6th seed or something, right? If you sit Embiid. But without Embiid, you have no chance of winning the championship. You don't have a chance of getting out of the second round without Embiid. So
right, and it's another
game.
Care
about the seed at that point.
It's another game without Maxey.
Right.
Like that's the other thing. Without him playing, like the spacing, the way that teams are able to defend Embiid, they're able to bring guys closer in there.
Yeah, they're able to double team him and make his life
contact. Hell. And if he's falling to the ground, if guys falling, like I'm not saying just because Maxey's out, it's not I know we had fun with the joke a couple weeks ago when they were talking about Draymond Green not playing or getting ejected when Steph's not playing. Like, I'm not saying it's like, two buddies got to sit out together. If Maxi's not in, don't let him be.
Right.
But
Yeah.
one of those things where if he's already banged up, you're putting him in peril even more out there on the floor.
No, it's amazing. So we'll keep you up to date on whatever the latest news is surrounding Joel Embiid. Now, coaching stuff. Back to the NFL. So we got a new coach in Seattle, Mike McDonald, who was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens, now the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, 36 years old, by the way. Another young hire.
36?
36 is Mike McDonald.
So half the age of Pete Carroll.
That's right. Spot on. So he's 36 years old. He's now the new head coach in Seattle. We now know that the Eagles have a new offensive coordinator in Kellen Moore. And A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith are doing their media tour today here on the K. Up and Adams show with Kay Adams on the FanDuel Sportsbook Network. Here's Devontae Smith talking about Kellen Moore.
Okay, if you could have one wish and say, Kellen Moore, this is what I need for next season. This is what I want you to bring into this locker room, bring to this offense. What would that be?
Just let us do what we do.
What does that mean?
like anybody else say, just give us the ball.
So what does that mean? Are we making it? I saw a tweet that, man, they must have really hated Brian Johnson. Is that making too much of that answer, or is there something there, Ray? Without saying anything, because they don't want to badmouth anyone.
Is it Brian Johnson? Is it
Nick Sirianni?
Keep Nick Sirianni's hands away from our offense?
Right.
Just
give us the ball.
We could speculate all we want on this one. I think it's, two wide receivers that are top-end wide receivers in this league wanting the football. Like that's what I read into that one. Like I think as much as, again, people who hated Brian Johnson, that like the way you're going to read into that one is, oh, look at them, a parting shot to him. You're not going to read earlier today at NJ.com where, you get the quote of A.J. Brown saying, good guy, good person. I appreciate, who I think he's going to land on his feet. You're not going to get that. People who hate Brian Johnson will listen to that and say, yeah, you know what? That's it.
Right, exactly.
To me, I read that as there's two wide receivers that want the football. Breaking news in the NFL. Two top-end wide receivers think that the best way their offense could be utilized is the ball being in their hands. And I think that's, their message to Kellen Moore is quite simple. Put us in a position to succeed, and we'll make you very happy. You have two top-line weapons. Use us.
Right. All right, there's that. All right, so I want to do this one more time. The report out of Boston. That ticked me off today. Well, it ticked me off last night when you sent it to me, Ray. I was enjoying my night last night.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I got a little bit of joy out of sending that to you.
Like, what time? Hold on. Let me see. All right, so Ray texted me this last night. Let's see what time it was. Because my life, my life's pretty boring. So, I know what I'm doing at very specific times of the day. So Ray texted me this report around 7:36 p.m. All right. Bedtime for Cooper started at 7 yesterday. So I didn't see this until, when did I text you back? 8:23. All right, so I didn't see this till after 8 o'clock. Bedtime, smooth. What you don't understand, Ray, is I don't wish for time to go by any means. You know me. I don't like to hit fast forward buttons.
Correct.
I had that argument with Anthony all the time. I'm anti-fast forward. I love my life day by day, minute by minute. But, Tuesdays are the days my mom watches Cooper. So when I get home, between 3 and 3:30, she leaves. It's like, all right, thanks, Mom. She heads home. Me and Coop till Christy gets home, right? Around that 6:30 mark, which is right around when Christy's getting home, I start looking at the clock for the bedtime, right? Because I cherish that 8:30 to when I fall asleep. I cherish it, right? Okay? This is my time. As Herb Brooks once said, this is your time. This is my time, okay? My time to enjoy a beverage or a different avenue of relaxation. It's my time to put on a show. May flip on the old Warzone. I'm back on the Hogwarts Legacy kick. Haven't had as much time as I normally would. Maybe I just talk to my wife sometimes, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, believe it or not, we do communicate. This is my time. All right. I was in a very relaxed state at this time. And you send me this text. How dare you? This is my time. Ray texts me a link to bleedinggreennation.com. Our buddy Brandon Lee Galton runs it. Greg Bedard, who covers the Patriots for the Boston Sports Journal, was on our sister station in Boston, 98.5 The Hub. And he's down at the Senior Bowl. Now, I will remind you that yesterday when Jeff McClain was on with us, Jeff McClain admitted, because I asked him, I was like, who you keep an eye on? Just out of curiosity. I'm not here for the players. I'm here for information. Because usually, I wonder if he was upset that some people weren't down there. Usually, Jeffrey Lurie's down there, Howie's down there, Julian Lurie's down there. A lot of people are down there. Big brass people are down there. Nobody's down there this year, which I wonder why. I guess they don't care about the draft anymore. They're not football guys or something. So McClain straight up tells me, like, yeah, I'm down here for information. So Greg Bedard had this to say. Other scuttlebutt as far as Bill Belichick, and I had heard this before, that Bill, at some point in time, things went poorly with the Falcons, or he thought it was going to go poorly, and his eyes were more on next year. Remember, he didn't get the job with Atlanta, or didn't take the job with Atlanta. And his eyes are more on jobs that could be opened up next year, including Dallas and possibly Buffalo. The Dallas thing, I continue to admit to you guys, I would be worried if he took the Dallas Cowboys job. I really would be. Buffalo would be interesting because it's kind of like New England, right? It's snow and Northeast and all that kind of stuff. Bedard continues. Probably the most interesting thing that I've heard, and this is just Senior Bowl rumor mill, is that the Eagles were very interested in Belichick if things didn't work out with Nick Sirianni, and they could be at the front of the line if things go poorly for Sirianni next year. So Felger, who's one of the hosts on the show, asks, well, didn't things not work out with Sirianni? Like, what do you mean? They got blown out in the first round. To which Bedard responded, well, yes, but similar to Doug Peterson after the 2020 season, Doug Peterson was coming back until he had that postseason meeting with Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie. And they wanted Doug Peterson to do certain things, fire certain people. And he wouldn't do it. So he got fired. Apparently, Nick Sirianni was amenable to all that stuff. So they decided for one more year to keep him. But I do think, remember I told you guys that before the end of the season, teams had already reached out to Bill, back-channeled on Bill. I thought the Falcons were definitely one of them. I'm now pretty convinced that the Eagles were the other one. When things were going south, they thought this might end poorly with Sirianni, and I wouldn't be surprised given the relationship that Howie and Bill have that the Eagles were one of those teams to back-channel through Bill. Here's my problem with all this. Based on this guy's report out of Boston, the Eagles kept Nick Sirianni just because he said, yes, Jeffrey, yes, Howie, whatever you guys think is best for the team, I'll do it. I love being the head coach. I love being the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what I'm getting out of this. Now, I don't blame Nick Sirianni for wanting to keep his job. I don't. Good for you, Doug, for sticking with your guys. You lost your job because of it, right? But good for you. You and Press are living it up in Jacksonville now, right? But this isn't a Sirianni thing. This is a Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie thing. What this report is telling me is that they kept Nick Sirianni because he said, yes, sir. Whatever it is, sir, I will do it, sir. When they themselves, according to this report, had interest in Bill Belichick and may have had conversations behind closed doors. That rubs me the wrong way, Ray. It really does. It rubs me the wrong way. And once more, I'm going to say it again, forget Belichick, because I know you don't want Bill Belichick to begin with. But Belichick was not the only hot candidate out there. All right, Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, Jim Harbaugh, Ben Johnson, who, wow, how about that? Staying in Detroit. which is amazing to me. A lot of hot candidates out there. And the Eagles decided to keep Nick Sirianni because he said yes, sir. I don't like that.
No, I don't like. I mean, when we're talking about dynasties and what stopped you from it, talk about management structure.
Yeah.
Sustainability. It doesn't feel like it's a sustainable model. Now, it is interesting. Ben Johnson sticks around. Bill Belichick, and this thing comes out about eyeing next year.
Next year, yeah.
And you look at some of, I think it was Slolik down in
Houston.
Houston.
Yeah, he's staying too.
Working a new deal. Sticking around.
Gerard Johnson's staying, I believe, as quarterback.
He's also staying there. You start to look at what do the coaching agents know?
Right. What are they saying?
Why did Ben Johnson look at one of the last remaining vacancies and say, you know what, you're on a plane to see me? I'll stick around.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good here in Detroit.
Why wasn't there a Bill Belichick last stand? Because this guy, Bill Belichick's not signing up for a long-term deal.
No,
he's signing up to win 15 football games and maybe win another Super Bowl.
Right.
That's it. He needs 15 wins to become the all-time winningest coach. That's what he's signing up for. That's what you're signing up for when you get Bill Belichick.
And that's why you see Dallas is the first team that pops up in this report and how it could have been the Eagles.
Dallas.
Eagles and Buffalo. 3 good teams.
The Eagles. What do the coaching agents know?
They know something.
About the warm seats around this league. McCarthy's coaching his last year. McDermott's got to get over the hump at some point. At some point they're just going to make change for change's sake, and they're going to.
Which happens in sports.
Yeah, at some point you
got to get over the hump. Sorry, Sean. You did a lot for us. We appreciate it, but we got to get over the hump.
Right. And of course, we keep talking about how warm the seat is for Sirianni. This was supposed to be the year of the hot candidates.
Right.
Where are the hot candidates?
Yeah. I mean,
Harbaugh's in Los Angeles, but that was kind of the long rumored destination.
Yeah, it kind of seemed that way.
Felt like they were destined to collide there. As for the other ones?
Yeah, there's not really do you want to go to Washington right now? And obviously you can make your imprint rebuilding with management there.
Yeah. If I'm Belichick, that's a no.
No, I'm thinking like a Ben Johnson or a Slowick, like these other young kids that are looking forward to get their first job.
Well, yeah, you could. Or you could have your agent telling you, hey,
wait another year.
Water's murky. A lot of places out there. You put together another good season, and you're not guaranteed to put together another good season.
Now, let's face it. A lot of these coaching jobs that will open up next year will also be in not the greatest of situations. The Eagles, Dallas, Buffalo is one thing. Who knows what happens with Tomlin in Pittsburgh, right? They don't have a quarterback in that city. I don't know what Pickett's going to be.
No, but also another year of Pickett, you're another year closer to moving on from Pickett.
Right, I'm saying next year, all these other jobs that are it's not going to be sexy jobs, unless it's a location.
If there's a chance that you have 3 sexy jobs open, that's
right.
How many times are you granted that many
that kind
attractive
of a situation?
jobs?
Yeah, I mean, look, it is it's going to be interesting, and this report that comes out of Boston might not be the first one. I wonder how much digging there's going to be now that there's something out there, right? Something that's thrown out there. I wonder if all of a sudden you're going to start getting more information. I'm looking forward to the next time the John K. Show talks to Adam Schefter, right? There are pretty hot candidates that are, like you said, that are going to be out there next year, and there's going to be 3 teams, Buffalo, Philadelphia, and Dallas, that will be attractive destinations. Man, I think it's terrible practice for the Eagles to say, let's give Nick another year because he said yes. I do think that's terrible. Unless they already talked to Bill Belichick or one of these other guys, because back channeling's real, right? Hey, we're going to give Nick another shot. We were just in the Super Bowl last year. We did this with Doug. We can't do this again. If it doesn't work out, he's not going to be here. Are you interested next season? I wouldn't be surprised if those conversations happen. When Jeffrey Lurie's in the where was he? Dominican Republic? Where was he at? On the yacht?
Maybe that's. Did we get a list of guests? Was there
That's what I'm saying.
Billy B hanging out on the yacht?
Bill's got a boat. Is it called Six Rings or didn't he name it Six Rings?
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, so maybe they met somewhere.
You got the little 2 boats far out in the ocean tied together.
They get out to sea and Bill, fancy seeing you here.
Yeah,
stop on board. I got plenty to drink. I'm Jeffrey Lurie, billionaire. Come on board.
Yeah, man, if you want to walk outside shirtless, you feel free, man. You do you. We don't have any ring cameras here. No one's going to question what you were doing.
I can't believe that's, oh, God. I can't believe they kept Nick Sirianni because he said yes. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Yeah. I have
and passed on a lot of candidates.
Two unique feelings on this. Concerned with the management structure. Grateful no Billy B.
I got you. All right. That'll do it for today's show. Best show ever. They're coming your way next at 2 o'clock. Tyrone and Ricky Bowe and Jen Scordo. Looking forward to listening to the show. Make sure you listen to them as they might get an answer on Joel Embiid. We still have yet to hear anything. No results on the MRI just yet. So make sure you hear that. Herm Edwards, want to thank him for coming on the show today, as well as Matt Breen. You can hear those again on 97.5thefanatic.com. Herm Edwards has become, it seems like Ray Dunn's favorite guest. That's not weekly, because I know you love Jeff and Matt Breen, who come on the show weekly, and Tim McManus. But I think it seems like you're a big Herm guy.
I just love Herm gets himself so excited about football.
I know, it's great.
That he, you I ask him a question, he can walk himself down.
I didn't ask about Ravens, Chiefs.
No, it's so great. Like, his passion just comes across. And he's like, there's a lot of guests I like with the talk before. Like Breen today.
Yeah, the phone call.
Yeah,
before.
I was like, hey, listen, Andrew's getting to you. I got to let you go.
Yeah.
Like, I got to, But Herm conversations before he gets on are also fantastic.
I'm happy for you. You can check those out on 97.5thefanatic.com. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid to get an MRI. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Regency Furniture. Affordable never looks so good. It's Regency Furniture's biggest winter super sale. Get 60 months no interest financing with no money down, not a cent out of pocket today at Regency Furniture. Shop in store and online. Joel Embiid limped off the floor in Golden State last night in the fourth quarter of the game. Embiid dove after a loose ball. Jonathan Kuminga fell on his knee. Embiid ended up grabbing at that knee, limped off the floor, and did not return. He will now get an MRI on his left knee to see what exactly is wrong with it. Embiid didn't look himself all night and finished with just 14 points in a 119-107 loss for the 76ers. The 76ers returned to action Thursday night against the Utah Jazz. Catch a live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. As for the Birds, a couple of longtime veterans in Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey have had their futures called into question. And the Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McClain joined the Midday Show yesterday and talked a little bit about what he expects from the two longtime Eagles.
And I still think that Jason is probably leaning retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he's going to take some time and sit back and think about it. So that's basically most of my reasoning for that. And the same applies to Fletcher Cox. He has not said anything, but other players have. And from what I'm hearing kind of behind the scenes, that he's probably leaning towards retirement as well.
You can catch that conversation one more time at 97.5thefanatic.com, as well as conversations with Herm Edwards and Matt Breen, who both joined the Midday Show today, talking about the Birds, and for Breen, all things Philadelphia sports. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home for the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
John Kincaid, Bob Cooney, Pat Egan. Listen for the big storylines in Philly sports that matter to you. The John Kincaid Show. Weekday morning 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-5407. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. there is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-5407. That's 800-575-5407. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention car buyers. Are you looking for the perfect Jeep in your price range? Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the widest selection and most competitive pricing in the Delaware Valley. Dozens of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, and Compass are waiting to be driven off the lot today. For over 70 years, the Vidian family has been treating everyone with respect, fairness, and honesty. Stop in today and drive home in a gorgeous Jeep with a low monthly payment. Shop Vidian.com 24/7. That's Vidian.com.
Pennsylvanians need to renew their Medicaid coverage. Make sure you're ready. Losing your benefits could be costly. If you land in the emergency room for your kiddo's broken arm, and what about grandma's nursing home coverage? Don't put it all at risk. Stay covered. Get ready to renew your Medicaid or CHIP benefits. You can renew online through Compass, over the phone, or by returning your renewal packet in the mail. Learn more about how to renew at dhs.pa.gov/staycovered.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust.